A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste. Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Lucky's taste better. Friends, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco. There's no substitute for fine tobacco, and don't let anybody tell you different. Yes, Lucky's taste better. Because their fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco goes into the cigarette proved, the best made of all 5 principal brands. Let me repeat that. Proved, the best made of all 5 principal brands. That's not an empty claim. That's a fact. Verified by leading laboratory consultants. For example, Crowley and Robertson of Richmond, Virginia, who report, "It is our conclusion that Lucky Strike is the best made of these 5 major brands. So don't be misled by double talk. Remember the facts. Enjoy fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco in the cigarette that tastes better, Lucky Strike. So mild, so smooth, so firm and fresh, with better taste in every puff. When you buy cigarettes, remember, Lucky's taste better."
Be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow will be New Year's Eve. But Jack has invited the gang over today for his annual pre-New Year's celebration. So let's go out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Rochester preparing for their arrival.
When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to forgive you, I'll return.
Rochester.
Like the swallows at Serrano, return to Campusano.
Rochester.
Huh? Oh, hell, boss.
Look, Rochester, I appreciate your singing my song, but my gang will be here soon. I want everything to be just right. How are things coming along?
Fine, boss, fine.
What about the eggnog you were going to prepare? Did you make it?
Uh-huh.
How do you fix that eggnog, Rochester?
Just eggs and bourbon.
Of course, I'm not much of a connoisseur of drinks, but that seems rather strange to me. I don't know. I wonder why anyone would ever think of mixing eggs and bourbon.
It's psychological, boss.
Psychological?
Yeah, you see, the egg makes you think you're getting something very helpful.
Uh-huh.
And the bourbon makes that fact unimportant.
Well, that's logical. By the way, Rochester, how much eggnog did you make?
Well, I cut it pretty close. You're having 5 guests, and I figured if there's a little left over, I can always take it to a party I'm going to tomorrow night.
Good, good. How much did you make?
50 gallons.
50 gallons? Hey, Rochester, you've got a lot of... Someone at the door, I'll get it. So they took the wheelbarrow and went down...
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. You're the first one here. Come on in.
Say, Jack, how come you're having this party in the afternoon? Every other year you've had it in the evening.
Well, Mary, to tell you the truth, I have a date tonight.
A date? With whom?
Well, you know that pretty French girl, Helene Francois, you know, who was on my last television show?
Oh, yes. Gee, she's beautiful.
Yeah. Tonight I'm going to take her dancing. We're going to Charlie Foy's nightclub. You know, the supper club? You know what, Mary? This Helene Francois, she kind of likes me.
Well, what makes you think so?
Well, when I took her home in a cab, she kept snuggling up to me and whispering in my ear, "Vos chevaux, c'est chat."
Vos chevaux, c'est chat?
Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
You don't have to.
Why, what does it mean?
Your toupee is slipping.
Oh, well, at least she cares.
I'll say one thing, Jack. She's a whole lot nicer than that girl you used to go out with, that Gladys Zabisco.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Gladys Zabisco is a swell girl. She may not be the most beautiful girl in the world, but she's got a nice figure.
I know, but does she have to walk that way?
Mary, that's not her fault. She's nearsighted, and she anticipates the curb in the middle of the block. So don't be critical. Now, come on, Mary. How about a glass of eggnog?
Oh, sure, Jack. Wait a minute. Who made that eggnog?
Rochester.
Why,
what's the matter?
Well, last New Year's, I tasted some of Rochester's eggnog, and the next thing I knew, I was at the Rose Bowl.
Oh, you saw the game?
Thought nothing. I was playing left tackle for Michigan.
Oh, stop kidding. How come on one... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis. What time does the party start?
3:00.
Oh, what time is it now?
About 1:30.
Oh, then I guess I won't have enough time to shave.
Dennis, why should it take you an hour and a half to shave?
Haven't got the fuzz yet.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
It takes me 3 months to get a 5 o'clock shadow.
All right. Now hurry over here. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What a silly kid.
Jack, was that Dennis on the telephone?
Yeah, it was me.
Dennis, how'd you get here so quickly?
Oh, I was on the extension in the kitchen.
Oh.
I would have been here sooner, but I stopped to get a Coke out of the machine.
Well, Dennis, how about having a glass of eggnog?
Oh, boy, eggnog. That's for... Wait a minute. Who made it?
Rochester. Why not?
Last year I tasted some of Rochester's eggnog, and the next thing I knew, Mary was playing in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, I know. Now, look, kids, as soon as we... Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Don.
Hi, Mary. Dennis.
Hello.
Come on in.
Don.
I wish somebody would take him out in a wheelbarrow. Don, would you like a drink?
Now, wait a minute, Jack. First, I want to show you something.
What?
Look.
Don, you're wearing the cufflinks I gave you for Christmas. Isn't that nice?
Don, you can take the card off. Everybody knows who gave them to you.
Well, I'm not taking it off. I want to make sure people know what a cheap gift Jack gave me.
What?
Jack, I've been with you 18 years. 18 years of loyalty and devotion. 18 years without missing one program. And you show your appreciation with a pair of lousy $1.98 cufflinks.
When? Talk about appreciation. What are you complaining about? That certainly wasn't such a hot gift you sent me.
What'd he send you, Jack?
A gold watch, a wristwatch yet.
What's wrong with a gold wristwatch?
What's wrong with it? You walk down the street wearing an expensive thing like that, somebody sees it, hits you over the head, takes it away from you, and your money, too. That's what's wrong with it. Anyway, Don, let's shake hands and forget the whole thing.
Okay, Jack. I'm sorry I lost my temper.
That's all right, Don. By the way, would you like a glass of eggnog?
Eggnog? Say, that's one of my favorite... Wait a minute. Who made it?
Rochester. What's the matter with Rochester's eggnog?
Last year I tasted some, and the next thing I knew, Mary and Dennis tackled me in the Rose Bowl.
Everybody comes in with the same... Come in.
Hi, Jackson. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year.
Hello, Phil. Happy New Year, Phil. Happy New Year.
Hey, Jackson, what's the idea of switching this party to a daylight affair? Don't you trust us with the silverware?
That's not it, Phil. I'm going to a nightclub tonight. I got a date.
With a girl?
Well, what do you think, a horse?
Good D. Oats are cheaper than orchids. Oh, Harris, you may not be Montgomery Clift, but you found your place in the sun.
Phil, you can stop with those jokes and find your place under the table. I even put a pillow there. Now, would you like a glass of eggnog?
Eggnog? Now you're talking, Bub. Just please. Hey, wait a minute. Who made that eggnog?
Rochester.
Lead me to it.
Rochester, will you pour a glass of eggnog for Mr. Harris, please?
Yes, sir. Here you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Roch. Hey, tell me, Roch, how you make this eggnog?
I use 1 egg to 5 quarts of bourbon.
Check. Well, here's down the hatch.
What happened?
You sure that egg was fresh?
It's fresh.
Well, here goes.
Well, Phil, how do you like it? Phil, how do you like it?
Hey, Jackson, what are you doing here at the Rose Bowl?
What?
Come on, Stanford.
I'm not at the Rose Bowl yet. Rochester, pour me a ticket. Now, Dennis.
You want me to go in, Coach?
What?
I say, you want me to go in, Coach?
Yeah. Report to the referee and sing a song.
Okay.
Songs were made to sing while we're young. Every day is spring while we're young. None can refuse. Time flies so fast. Too dear to lose and too sweet to last. Though it may be just for today, share our love we must while we may. So blue the sky, all sweet surprise shines before our eyes while we're young. Share our love we must while we may. So blue the sky, oh sweet surprise, shines before our eyes while we're
Well, that was swell, Dennis. Well, kids, I have to leave soon to take Helene Francois to Charlie Foy's. Would any of you like to join us?
Well, thanks, Jack, but I can't make it.
No, me neither.
I'd like to go, Jack.
Good. How about you, Dennis?
Oh, sure, fine. I'll take Mary.
Okay.
Say, Mary, will you give me a kiss when I take you home?
Well, I don't know, Dennis. I'll think about it.
Well, think fast, sister. I ain't blowing my dough for nothing.
You were blowing that line, though. Dennis.
Hey, Jackson, what are you going out tonight for? Why don't you wait till tomorrow night? That's New Year's Eve.
No, I never go out on New Year's Eve.
Say, boss, why don't you do something different this year and go out?
No, I'm going to do what I always do and spend it at home.
New Year's Eve at home?
Yeah, at 5 minutes to 12, I tiptoe up to Mr. Berry's room, wake him up, he blows the horn, falls back on the pillow, and that's it.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at, Barry?
39, he says.
look, kids, I gotta leave now and pick up Miss Francois. Come on, Mary, Dennis, let's go. Yeah, I like it here at Charlie Foy's, don't you, Mary?
Yeah, but Jack, you'll never get a table. It's too crowded.
Yeah, look at those people in that little room. Boy, are they jammed together.
That's the coat room. Those are coats.
I wondered why they didn't have their pants on.
Never mind, I'll get a table. Come on, Helene, voulez-vous accompagner-moi un tablé?
Oh, l'ambiance de la salle est très intéressante. Je suis si heureuse que vous m'ayez invitée.
Now, let's see, where's the head waiter? Oh, garçon, garçon.
How do you do?
Are you the head waiter?
No, I'm wearing this flower in my lapel because I'm going to be afloat in the Rose Parade.
Now, don't be sarcastic. I'd like to get a table for 4.
Well, thank heavens you didn't ask for 5.
Why?
I wouldn't sit with you for $1 million.
Now, cut that out and get us a table.
All right, follow me.
Come on, kids.
Here you are, folks.
Say, this is a pretty good table at that, isn't it, Helene?
C'est très gentil, chérie. Et nous pouvons voir le spectacle.
Oh, oui.
Gee, what a crowd.
Wait a minute, where's Dennis?
Right behind you, mon chéri.
Well, sit down and let's order.
Say, pardon me, folks, pardon me. Have you seen my wife?
No, we haven't seen her.
Oh, well, thank you. And a happy New Year.
The same to you. Now, let's see. Well, something's going to happen here.
Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jesse Block, your master of ceremonies for the evening. Now, in just a minute, we're going to have some dancing. But while the orchestra's setting up, I've got a little joke for you.
Listen to this, Helene. He's going to tell a joke.
Funny thing happened here in the club last night. You know, this is a pretty risky place. And last night I saw a waiter carrying something on a flaming sword. So I asked him what it was, and he said, a customer. He only left a dime tip.
Hey, that was a pretty good joke, wasn't it, Mary?
What joke? I was here when the fire department came in and squirted water on you.
Oh, stop. Are you having a good time, Helene?
Oh oui, c'est la première fois que je vois un cabaret américain. C'est si différent des cabarets parisiens. Mais il me plaît beaucoup et je vous remercie 1000 fois.
Oh, really?
What'd she say, Jack?
I don't know. Something about how badly she feels that Joe DiMaggio is retiring.
What?
I don't know. Well, I guess we're going to have dancing before the show starts.
Hey, Mary, you want to dance with me?
Oh, sure, Dennis.
Gee, you're a swell dancer, Mary.
Well, thanks, Dennis, but don't hold me so tight.
Okay. Say, Livy, have you ever thought about getting married?
What?
My mother will up my allowance.
Dennis, stop being silly.
If you turn me down, I'll kill myself.
Well, give me a little time to think it over.
Okay, but not too long. There are a lot of dames nuts about me.
I know.
Oh, yeah, name one.
Dennis, look, just be quiet and dance.
Helene, I'm so glad you're with me tonight.
I am glad too, chérie.
This is the first time I... Oh, Helene, there's a fellow coming over the table who seems to know you.
Where? Oh, oui. Oh, bonjour, mon cher ami.
Hélène, vous ici. Je ne vous avais pas vu depuis que nous étions ensemble sur la Côte d'Azur. Comment allez-vous, ma chère?
Merveilleusement. C'est si bon de vous revoir.
Il faut prendre un rendez-vous. Je serai ici seulement pour quelques jours, vous savez.
Alors, téléphonez-moi. Je vous donnerai mon numéro plus tard.
Oui,
et nous nous verrons.
Entendu. Au revoir, ma chère.
Au revoir.
Helene, who was that?
Maxi Rosenblum.
Maxie Rosenblum? Oh, I didn't recognize him. The beret covers up his cauliflower ear. Imagine meeting him.
Pardon me, folks, pardon me. Have you seen my wife?
No, we haven't.
Oh, well, thank you. And a happy
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Oh, Helene, look, there's the quartet getting up. Look, they're going to sing.
Ask me how do I feel, ask me now that we're cozy and clinging. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a bell, I'd be ringing. From the moment we kissed tonight, that's the way I just gotta behave. Boy, if I were a lamp, I'd light, or if I were a banner, I'd wave. Ask me how do I feel now that New Year will be here tomorrow. Well, sir, all I can say, if I needed some money, I'd borrow. And if I were a watch, I'd start popping my spring. Or if I were a bell, I'd go ding-dong, ding-dong, ding. Ask me, why do I choose Lucky Strike for my real smoking pleasure? Well, sir, all I can say, it's the one cigarette that I treasure. From the moment I took one puff, it was Lucky's for little old me. There's a cigarette, sure enough, that is round and as firm as can be. That's why millions of men always say it's for Lucky's they're yearning. So if I were a match boy, I know that I'd surely be burning. And if I were a cigarette, here's what I'd be. I'd be happy-go-lucky like LSMFT.
Okay, sit down, kids. We better order something to eat. Oh, waiter. Waiter.
Yes?
I think I'll have a ham sandwich.
Yes, sir.
Helene, what do you have?
Oh, alors, je vais décider. Je commencerai avec un potage à la reine, et puis une omelette aux champignons, alors une sole meunière, une côtelette de veau garnie, et une salade verte.
What was that?
She said she wants mustard on her sandwich. Oh, waiter, change my order. I think I'll have crab Louie. Dennis, tell him what you want.
I'll have spaghetti, Louie.
Spaghetti Louie?
I thought that was the waiter's name.
Of course not.
It is, too.
Louie?
You know, spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
I'm just stringing you along.
What a crazy guy.
Pardon me, folks, pardon me. Have you seen my wife?
No, we haven't seen your wife.
Well, if you ever do, you'll know why I'm drunk.
What? Say, Mary, before we eat, suppose you and I have the next... Oh, go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our gala floor show, I'd like to say that we're honored tonight by having with us a very famous celebrity.
Oh, I wish they wouldn't do that.
Now, this gentleman, whom you all love, is a very popular star of stage, screen, radio, and now television.
Mary, give me your comb.
Here you are.
So I take great pleasure in presenting to you that popular idol of millions, Rodney Dangerfield.
Here's your comb, Mary.
Well, you've all seen Mr. Dangerfield in those outstanding Western pictures, and with a little encouragement, maybe we can get him to say a few words.
Thank you, folks. Thank you kindly. It sure is a thrill and a pleasure to meet so many of my fans.
What a ham.
I'd like to say that my next picture, Quo Vadis Goes West, is going to be even better than my last picture, The Cactus Blooms at Midnight.
You stole that from me.
And now, friends, I'd like to introduce my co-star who's right here at the table with me. Take a bow, Desert Paint.
How do you like that? He even brought his horse. Elaine, give me your handkerchief. Thanks.
Anyway, you folks didn't come to hear me talk all night, so I just want to...
Pardon me, Mr. Dangerfield, but would you please put your autograph on this menu?
Why, certainly, miss. So, folks, I just want to wish you a very happy and prosperous New Year.
Imagine introducing a ham like Rodney Dangerfield. Come on, kids, let's get out of here.
But, Jack, we ordered food.
I don't care what we order. Let him give it to the horse. I'm going home. Come on, Helene, I wouldn't stay here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have another celebrity with us tonight. None other than that very famous star, Jack Benny.
Well.
Are you going to stay now, Jack?
Certainly. What are you mad about? Sit down, Helene. Ladies and gentlemen, Master of Ceremonies, my worthy colleague, Mr. Dangerfield, and... Why don't you turn your head? Ladies and gentlemen, for a moment I want you to forget that I'm Jack Benny, that scintillating star of stage, screen, radio, and now television. I want to talk to you as one of your friends. I want to take this opportunity to wish all of you and yours, and everybody all over the world, good health and happiness throughout the year. And now I'd like to tell you just about my next show. My next show is...
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Lucky's taste better. So mild, so smooth, so firm and fresh, with better taste in every puff. Yes, friends, Lucky's taste better. Because their fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco goes into the cigarette proved the best made of all 5 principal brands. Let me repeat that. Proved the best made of all 5 principal brands. That's not an empty claim. That's a fact, verified by leading laboratory consultants. For example, Foster D. Snell of New York City, who report, in our opinion, the properties measured are all important factors affecting the taste of cigarette smoke. We conclude that Lucky Strike is the best made of the 5 major brands.
And don't forget, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco. There's no substitute for fine tobacco. And don't let anybody tell you different.
So don't be misled by double talk. Remember the facts. Enjoy fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco in the cigarette that tastes better. Lucky Strike.
When you buy cigarettes, remember, Lucky's taste better.
Be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, soon it will be 1952. And I would like to wish all of you prosperity and happiness for the coming year. But let us all hold foremost the thought that 1952 will bring better understanding between nations and peace to the world. Happy New Year, folks.
Transcribed, this is the CBS Radio Network.
Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste. Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Lucky's Taste better. So mild, so smooth, so firm and fresh, with better taste in every puff. Yes, Lucky's taste better. For Lucky's fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco goes into the cigarette proved the best made of all 5 principal brands. Let me repeat that. Proved the best made of all 5 principal brands. That's not an empty claim. That's a fact, verified by leading laboratory consultants. For example, Foster D. Snell of New York City, who reports, in our opinion, the properties measured are all important factors affecting the taste of cigarette smoke. We conclude that Lucky Strike is the best made of the 5 major brands. And don't forget, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco. There's no substitute for fine tobacco. And don't let anybody tell you different. So remember the facts. Enjoy fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco in the cigarette that tastes better. Lucky Strike. When you buy cigarettes, remember, Lucky's taste better.
Be happy, go lucky, so Lucky Strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, in the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day, Illinois scalped the Stanford Indians. So now we bring you a man who could use one of those scalps, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you can stop vibrating because that was the worst toupee joke I ever heard. Not only that, but it was in very bad taste.
Bad taste?
Yes, I don't mind for myself, but it so happens that the Stanford coach, Chuck Taylor, really wears a toupee.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I talked to Chuck Taylor right before the game. He's 31 years old, and he definitely has his own hair.
That was before the game. But when Illinois scored their first touchdown, his hair started to go. By the end of the third period, it was piling up on the ground, and all through that fourth quarter, it just laid there and turned gray. But, Don, that was really some game, wasn't it?
It certainly was. And, Jack, I heard you were sitting right on the 50-yard line. How'd you get such a good seat?
Well, Don, it wasn't easy. You see, even though I've lived in California for the past 15 years, I was born in Waukegan. So in order to get tickets, I called Governor Stevenson of Illinois.
Oh, and he got you the tickets?
Well, no. You see, he couldn't do anything for me personally, so he called Governor Warren of California.
Well, it was nice of Governor Warren to give you the tickets.
Well, he couldn't do anything for me either, so he called Mr. McMillan, the city manager of Pasadena, who got in touch with Nancy Thorne, the queen of the Tournament of Roses.
Oh, the queen got you the tickets.
Ticket? Well, not exactly.
Well, then how'd you get in?
I was the third princess on her right. I not only saw the game, but tonight I've got a date with the Stanford Center. You know, the way he raved over my blue eyes, I didn't have the heart to tell him. Don, who were you rooting for at the game?
Well, Jack, I didn't want to show any partiality, so I got a seat on the Stanford side and a seat on the Illinois side.
Don, how could you possibly sit on both sides of the... Oh, of course. And, Don, weren't you disappointed when you weren't picked as the winning float?
I would have won, but I was sabotaged.
Oh, yes. Well, better luck next year. Hiya, Dante.
Well, hello, Phil.
Hello, Phil. Don and I were just discussing the Rose Bowl game. Were you there?
No, not this year.
Well, you must have watched it on television.
I tried to, Jackson, but I turned it off.
Phil, how could you turn it off? It was a wonderful game.
I know, but I just couldn't take it.
What do you mean?
Look, Jackson, it's New Year's Day. I'm laying there with my eyes bloodshot, an ice bag on my head, the room spinning, and some character keeps yelling, "Look sharp, feel sharp, beat."
Phil.
If I'd have had anything sharp, I'd have cut my throat.
All right, Phil. You've celebrated, you had your fun. Now it's time to work. The least you could have done is to see that all your boys showed up.
What are you talking about? The band's here.
Where's Remley, Sammy, and Bagby? Your hoodlum section is missing.
Hoodlum section? Now hold it, Jackson. I don't think it's very nice the way you go on week after week insulting those three boys. They may not be college graduates, but they come from good families. They're sensitive, refined, and perfect gentlemen. And it's your fault that they're not here today.
My fault?
Yeah, if you'd have paid me more money, I could have bailed them out.
Phil, they're in jail? What for?
Crossing the street in the middle of the block.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. They can give you a ticket, but they can't put you in jail for walking across the street.
On their hands and knees?
Oh, well, that's different. All right, Phil, I'll give you the money. Call up and get the boys out.
Okay, thanks. Hand me that phone.
Imagine crossing on their hands and knees. Hello?
Hello, is this the Lincoln Heights jail?
Well, Phil Harris, how are you?
Oh, fine, Captain, fine. Look, I called up about 3 of my boys. They're on the county again.
Which one?
The 3 with the tire marks on their backs.
Oh, those. I already released them.
Well, what about the bail?
I charged it to your account.
Oh, good. I thought I was overdrawn.
By the way, Phil. Hey, Phil, would you send someone down to pick up their belongings?
Their belongings?
Yeah, when we arrested them, one of them was carrying a piano.
I know it. One bottle opener, and they got to nail it to the Steinway. I'll see you later, Captain.
All right, so long, Phil.
Hey, it's all set, Jackson. They'll be back next week, and I just hope that you'll treat them a little nicer.
Oh, I will, Phil. I will. Who knows? Maybe that... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, you're here. Now, where's Dennis?
I don't know. He hasn't come in yet.
Well, how can we go on with the show if the cast doesn't get here on time?
Oh, Jack, don't be mad at Dennis. I happen to know something that you don't know.
Well, don't tell me. Let me guess. It's about Dennis, huh? I know. He's running for president.
Besides that.
What?
Jack, this is something you won't believe.
All right, what is it?
Well, all of a sudden, Dennis got a big crush on me.
Dennis? Has a crush on you?
Yeah. Ever since last week when I danced with him at Charlie Foy's nightclub, he's been sending me notes and little gifts.
Dennis has been sending you gifts? What did he give you?
Oh, a lot of things. Yeah. His Boy Scout knife, a bag of marbles, 3 bottle caps, a ball of tinfoil, a fish hook, and a dead frog.
Mary, you mean Dennis gave you all those... Mary, what's that you're wearing on your leg?
His bicycle clip. We're engaged.
Well, isn't that cute? So Dennis thinks he's in love with you, huh?
Yes, and Jack, do me a favor, will you? When he comes in, don't kid him, because he's so serious about... Oh, shh. Here he comes in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Don.
Hi, kid.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Dennis. Dennis, I said hello.
Mary, don't make it so obvious.
Obvious? All I said was hello.
I know, but look at how you're trembling.
Dennis, you're imagining things. She's not trembling.
What are you trying to do, break us up?
No, I'm not trying to break you up.
Say, Mary, come here a minute, will you? I want to look at you.
Well, all right, Dennis.
Gee. Gosh.
Well, what is it, Dennis?
To think that you'll soon be my wife and Babe will be my brother-in-law.
That's nowheres on this page. It's better than what we had written there. I know that. Now, look, Dennis, I don't want to break up your romance, but for 2 weeks now, I've been anxious to see Death of a Salesman. So do you mind if I ask your fiancée, Miss Livingston, to go with me tonight?
Hey, you're wasting your time, kid.
Oh, I am, eh? What about Mary? Would you like to see Death of a Salesman?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, but I already saw it.
With whom?
Dennis.
Oh.
I'll go with you, Mr. Benny.
But you saw it with Mary.
Who looked at the pictures?
Dennis, do me a favor. Will you go ahead and sing your song?
Oh, okay. I wonder why you
Charmaine cries in vain. I wonder when bluebirds are mating, will you come back again? I wonder if I keep on praying, will our dreams be the same? I wonder if you ever think of me too. Charmaine's waiting, just waiting for you. Keep on praying, will our dreams be the same? I wonder if you ever think of me. Ooh, I'm waiting, my Charmaine, for you.
That was Charmaine, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis.
Thanks.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Mr. Penny, I want to congratulate you.
Congratulate me?
Yes, Radio and Television Daily took a poll, and you were voted Radio's Man of the Year.
Well, thank you, Dennis.
Don't thank me. I voted for somebody else.
All right, now behave yourself. And now, ladies and gentlemen... for our feature attraction tonight, we're going to present a sketch based on one of radio's most popular dramatic shows, Suspense. Now, in this sketch, I will play the part of... Oh, darn it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I was just starting my sketch. What do you want?
I thought you might like to know. A friend of yours from Waukegan just phoned from the Union Station.
A friend of mine?
His name is Cliff Gordon.
Cliff Gordon? Why, Rochester, he's one of my best friends. We grew up together.
He said you and he were born in the same hospital on the very same day.
That's right, Rochester. How did he sound?
Well,
what?
Either you're over 39 or we had a very bad connection.
Never mind. Anyway, that's Cliff for you. The minute he gets in, he calls me. I hope you told him he can stay in the guest room.
Yeah, but he said he was going to the Biltmore.
But, Rochester, we have the extra room. Why didn't he stay with us?
I guess it was my fault, boss.
What do you mean, your fault?
At first, I didn't know he was your friend. I quoted him tourist rates.
Oh, yeah. Mike DeSalle set them for us. Huh? Well, Rochester, when did Mr. Gordon say he was coming over to visit me?
Tonight, about 8 o'clock.
Oh, darn it, and I wanted to see Death of a Salesman. Oh, well, I can see you some other time. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
They just brought back your Maxwell.
Good, but why did it take so long?
Well, it took 4 days to take off the roses and 2 days to drive it back from Pasadena.
All that trouble and no prizes. Well, so long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to say, for our feature attraction tonight, we're going to present our version of one of radio's most popular shows, Suspense. Set the scene, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we will usher in the 1952 season by presenting a sketch fraught with drama and excitement, and well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My name is Aristotle Fink. It's an ordinary name. And I'm an ordinary guy. Until last week, I was a teller at the California Bank in Glendale. But now, I'm a teller at the California Bank in Beverly Hills. No, I wasn't promoted. The rain just changed our location. I live in a small cottage with my wife, Mary, and our 21 children. The reason I had 21 children is because at one time I hated my wife and wanted to lose her in the crowd. But since then, we were serenely happy until that fateful day that changed my humdrum life into a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. That eventful morning started like any other. I had just finished my breakfast and turned to my wife and said,
It was a wonderful breakfast, dear. But I must leave you now and go to work.
I'll be waiting for you, darling.
I can't wait to return. I'll be counting the hours.
I'll be counting the children.
Good. That reminds me, you better wake Philip up. I don't want him to be late for school.
Oh, here he is now. Good morning, Philip.
Good morning, Mother. Good morning, Dad.
Something always happened to me when he called me Dad. But I take a little bicarbonate and feel better. I had a few minutes before going to work, so I decided to have a fatherly talk with Philip.
Philip, have you given any thought to the future?
Yes, I have, Dad.
Good. What do you want to do when you grow up?
I want to lead an orchestra.
Oh, so you want to be a musician?
No, I just want to lead an orchestra.
But, Philip, leading an orchestra would be a waste of your talent. You are a great student. You are an educated fellow. You are a Phi Beta Kappa.
I are?
That's right, son, you am. And you're destined for greater things than...
Here's your school books and your lunch, Philip.
Thank you, Mother. Did you prepare something nice for lunch?
Yes, 2 chicken sandwiches, an apple, a banana, and your thermos bottle is filled with milk.
Milk? Yes, milk. This is a sketch.
Now hurry or you'll be late for school.
Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, Dad. And I do mean Dad.
All of my children left for school, and it was such a beautiful day that I decided to walk to the bank. In fact, as I walked along, with the sun shining in my face, my heart was so filled with joy, I started to sing.
I wish I was a swinging, clinging vine. I wish I was a swinging, clinging vine. If I was a swinging, clinging vine, I'd only cling to the gal of mine. I wish I was a swinging, clinging vine.
Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, tell you what I'd like to be. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, here is what I dream I'd like to be.
I wish I was a good old Lucky Strike. I wish I was a good old Lucky Strike. If I's a good old Lucky Strike, I'd be the cigarette you like. I wish I was a good old Lucky Strike.
Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, tell you what I'd like to be. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, a Lucky Strike is what I'd like to be.
I wish I was an LSMFT. I wish I was an LSMFT. If I's an LSMFT, I'd be so very proud of me. I wish I was. Let's see.
Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, tell you what I'd like to be. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, an LSMFT I'd like to be.
I wish I had a match somewhere on me. I wish I had a match somewhere on me. 'Cause if I's an LSMFT, I take that match and light up me. I wish I had a better voice on me.
Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, if I was an LSMFT. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, everyone could take a puff on me.
I wish I had 100 million friends. I wish I had 100 million friends. If I had 100 million friends, I'd show them I had no loose ends. I wish I had 100 million friends.
Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, tell you what I'd like to be. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, an LSMFT I'd like to be. Like to be, like to be, like to be, like to be.
I arrived at the bank, and this day was like all the others, with one exception. A man came to my window. A man who was destined to change my life story from a peaceful one to a tale well calculated to keep you in...
I didn't say it yet.
To keep you in suspense.
Watch it, fellas.
This man came up to my window and thrust a bill at me. It was a genuine $10,000 bill. I looked at him for a moment, then looked back at his $10,000 bill when he said,
Say, I'd like to change this.
But this is a $10,000 bill.
I know, it's the smallest I got.
Okay, I'll change it. Would you like to change in $1,000 bills, 100, 50, 20, 10s, or 5s?
I want it in pennies.
You want $10,000 in pennies? Why?
I got 500 piggy banks for Christmas.
I complied with his request, also sorry that I gave him that joke. I gave him $10,000 worth of pennies, which he put in his pocket. And my eyes followed him as he walked out, leaving his pants behind. I then stared at the bill and realized that I, Aristotle Fink, held his treasure in my hand. Suddenly, a harmless thought struck me. My family had never seen a $10,000 bill, and it wouldn't hurt anyone if I took it home and showed it to them. As I entered my house, my wife was standing in the hall.
Hello, darling.
Oh, quick, come in. Shut the door.
All right, darling. Now, I want to show
Don't talk. Help me close the windows.
They're closed now. Darling.
Wait. Help me open the airwick.
Airwick? What's the matter?
The shrimp boats are coming.
That's not important now. Darling, I have a surprise for you.
For me too, Dad?
Yes, for you too, Philip.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Philip. Must you always go around with your pants dragging?
I can't help it, Mother. I don't have a belt or anything to keep them up with.
Why, Philip, to hear you talk, a person would think I don't make enough money to keep you in suspenders.
I said suspenders!
Stupid hoodlum! Section?
What's the surprise, dear?
Something I want you all to see. Philip is here. Call the rest of the children.
Okay. Sam, Peggy, Hilda, Milton, George, Ada Marie, Ellen, John, Hillard, Jeanette, Bonnie, Jean, Stephen, Terry, Harriet, Albert, Julius, Crenshaw, Pico, and Sepulveda.
All of our children got along well, except Pico and Sepulveda. They kept crossing each other. Suddenly the door opened, and the children ran in. When I was a young man, I never dreamed that I, Aristotle Fink, would ever have so many children.
The children all here, darling. Now tell them about your surprise.
Okay. Now listen, you little Fink. I want to show you this. It's a $10,000 bill. Here, take it. Philip, why aren't you looking at the $10,000 bill?
That don't mean nothing to me. I've seen them before.
You have?
Yeah, there's a little blonde in my class named Alice who's loaded with them.
No. All right, children, give me back the bill. Children.
Somewhere on the tour, through the hands of my children, the $10,000 bill disappeared. I looked for the money all that night, but couldn't find it. And the following morning, when I went to work, the president of the bank sent for me. I walked into the office of this very rich man. He was sitting at his desk playing tiddlywinks with silver tiddly. I looked at him timidly and said,
You sent for me, sir?
Yes. Do you know that $10,000 is missing from your accounts?
Yes, sir.
Did you take it?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that was nice?
No, sir.
Well, watch it next time.
But I didn't steal it, sir. I only took it home to show it to my wife and kids.
I know you didn't mean to steal it, but it's out of my hands now. There's a police inspector outside. Miss Jones, send the inspector in.
Suddenly the door opened, and the policeman walked in carrying a pair of handcuffs. He walked over to us and said,
Okay, put these on, Fatso.
Not me. He's the guilty one.
Oh, are you a Fink?
Yes.
What's your name?
You just said it, A Fink.
Well, what do you think, Fink? You're going to the clink?
Oh, no, I'm not. Come one step nearer, and I'll stab you.
Look out, he's got a knife! Don't be a fool. Put down that knife.
Oh, yeah? Take that!
Get away from me. Don't come near me with that knife. I haven't done anything.
Oh, yes, you have. And I'm going to stab you, too. Take that!
I didn't shoot them, folks. I stabbed them. But the sound man is still sore at me on account of the lousy Christmas present I gave him. And that is my story. Now I'm in my cell in the state prison awaiting my execution tomorrow night. But in the cell next to me is a traveling man named Frederick, who was convicted of killing his wife by hitting her over the head with his sample case. In a few hours, Frederick walks his last mile to the electric chair. Oh, it's small consolation. But before I go, I'll finally get to see Frederick March in Death of a Sailor. A picture well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Jack, we'll be back in just a moment, but first...
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Lucky's taste better. Friends, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco. There's no substitute for fine tobacco, and don't let anybody tell you different. Yes, Lucky's taste better. For Lucky's fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco goes into the cigarette proved the best made of all 5 principal brands. Let me repeat that. Proved the best made of all 5 principal brands. That's not an empty claim. That's a fact. Verified by leading laboratory consultants. For example, Rowling and Robertson of Richmond, Virginia, who report, it is our conclusion that Lucky Strike is the best made of these 5 major brands. Friends, to get the facts that you as a smoker will want to know about cigarette quality, to learn the plain, simple truth about the important factors that affect the taste of a cigarette, send for your free copy of a new booklet, What Makes Lucky Strike Taste Better. Just drop a card to Lucky Strike, Post Office Box 99, New York 46, New York. That's Lucky Strike, Post Office Box 99, New York 46, New York.
Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Good night, folks.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Most men who have found the right woman are content to settle down to a life of happiness. But there comes a time in every man's life when he asks himself this question: why did I ever get married?
What's the matter, Claude? You ain't happy here?
Certainly. Happy as a bird dog. No, I didn't mean that, Alice. That's nothing to do with you. I guess it's just the weather. Spring is in the air. And, well, it makes me want to feel free to roam. I want to shake my shackles.
Go ahead and shake them. But be careful. The last time you shook them, you almost fell apart.
Well, honey, it's just that this time of year I feel like a little colt who wants to scamper through the fields. I want to be like the mighty eagle soaring amid the lofty crags, or like the nimble little young deer skipping gaily across...
Down, Rex.
First I'm Claude, now I'm Rex.
You'd better forget it, Phil. You just got up and you can't think clearly yet.
I'm not going to forget it. Why can't I be like a nimble young deer, free to roam the forest?
Because you're a middle-aged goat and I'm keeping you home.
But, honey, when I feel spring in my bones, I just have to get away for a while.
You feel that way every year. All you need is a spring tonic.
Well, all right. Maybe that'll help. Go make me a bourbon and molasses.
Bourbon and molasses? I don't think you have the right combination.
Okay, forget the molasses. Make it with ginger in it.
Phil, why is it that every once in a while you want to get away?
Well, it's not just me, honey. Every man wants to get away once in a while. He likes to go fishing or hunting with the boys.
Oh, every man doesn't feel that way.
Well, I tell you they do, and if you don't believe me, just ask another man.
All right. I'll ask my brother. Willie, come in here, please.
Oh, you're asking a good kid.
Well, Willie's a man, isn't he?
For the sake of argument, yes. But I meant a real he-man.
He is a he-man.
What do you want, Alice? I'm very busy playing with the children.
Well, I just want to ask you a question.
Just a moment. Phyllis, don't stand too close to the plate. And watch the batter.
Hey, Willie, are you teaching the girls how to play baseball?
No, I'm showing them how to bake a cake. I don't want Phyllis to knock the batter off the plate.
I knew it. I knew it.
What do you want, sis?
Well, Phil and I were having an argument, and we want your opinion.
I agree with Alice. You're wrong, Philip.
I didn't even hear the argument. How do you know I'm wrong?
Well, you're never right, and even if you were, I wouldn't admit it.
Now, Willie, let's be fair about this. I want you to consider Phil's point of view as well as mine. And I don't expect you to side with me just because I happen to be the generous sister who supports you.
Now that you've bribed the jury, let's present the case.
Well, Willie, Phil claims that every married man wants to desert his family and run away with a native girl to Bali High.
What's Valley High? What native girl? All I want to do is to go fishing in Lake Henshaw with a white woman. I mean, Willie, doesn't every man get spring fever about this time of year and want to get off by himself?
That's right, Philip. I think it's particularly good for married men. I think every married man should get away from his wife for a few times.
Willie, that's enough.
Let this doll talk. Go ahead, you precious little brother-in-law.
Alice, a marital vacation will do you good, too. Every wife should get away from a husband. Particularly a husband like this.
All right. I'll admit I'm a difficult man to live with. Charming, but difficult. And, Alice, I think you're entitled to a rest away from me.
I agree with you, Phil.
You do?
Yes. And I think it's very sweet of you to offer to stay home with the children while I go to Palm Springs.
Tilt. Alice, do you mean that you'd go to Palm Springs and leave your family, shirk your responsibilities, just so you can have a good time? Who do you think you are, me? I'm the one who's supposed to go away.
Phil, I forbid you to go.
You forbid me? It is to laugh. Well, if I want to go, I'll go. I'll just get up like this and walk across the room, open the door, and goodbye.
Are you going to let him go?
He won't get very far. He walked into the hall closet. Well, Phil, I thought you were going.
It's too dark out. I'll wait till tomorrow morning. Smog gets thicker in this town every day.
Philip, you walked into the hall closet.
Oh. Well, this time I'm walking out the front door, like this.
Hey, Willie, he really went. I didn't think he'd... Phil, I knew you'd come back.
How far can I go without my pants? Why didn't somebody tell me these things? Forgot I'm still in my PJs.
Now, Phil, get dressed and forget the whole silly thing. Now, excuse me, I have some work to do.
Yeah. Forget it, she said. She dismisses me as if I were nothing at all. That's the trouble with women. We never should have given them the right to vote. Women should be kept in their place. They belong in the kitchen. Come in. If I had my way, I'd put all the women in the world in one big kitchen.
Where is this kitchen, Curly? I'm in the mood to do a little cooking.
Oh, hello, Frankie.
What's bothering you?
Oh, it's Alice. Whenever I want to do something, she forbids it.
What do you mean she forbids it? This is a free country. You're a citizen. There ain't nobody in the world who can tell you what to do. Except Petrillo.
I might just as well be married to him. No, I don't want to go that far. Look, Frankie, I'd like your opinion.
Well, I'll be glad to help you. I'm known as a worldly man, wise and sophisticated, a deep thinker, and quite a philosopher. What do you want to know?
What do you think of women? Thank you, Errol Flynn. Look, Remley, I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about wives. I'm mad at Alice.
Why are you mad at her?
I'll tell you why I'm mad at her. She thinks that just because she's pretty, soft, and smells nice, and when she gets into my arms, she's so cuddly and sweet and nice to hold, and
you're mad at her?
Mad? Who, me? Mad? How are you going to be mad?
All right, Curly. Come on, snap out of it. Think of the nasty thing she does.
Oh, yeah, nasty. Well, you know that I told her that I want to go away with the guys for just a few days for a little harmless fun, and she won't believe me? I can't understand it.
Neither can I. I believe you, and I know you're not telling the truth.
Look, Remley, I am telling the truth. I thought that you and I and a couple of the guys could, well, just get in the car and go away for a nice rest. You know, to someplace that's peaceful and quiet.
I got just the place, Curly. Las Vegas.
Las Vegas is quiet.
Yeah. I know a place that just put in a sponge rubber crap table. You can't hear the dice.
All right, right. Come out of it. What's the use? If you don't want me to go, I'll just have to stay home and be miserable.
Oh, don't be so discouraged. We'll think of a way out. And cheer up.
How can I cheer up when I feel like a prisoner?
What's easy? What do you usually do to cheer yourself up?
I sing.
Why do I keep leading with my chin?
He carries her picture in his pocket. 'Twas taken the day he went to sea. He carries her picture in his locket, though she is as ugly as can be. Oh, what a face.
Oh, what a face.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace.
To be showing it in any public place. One morning he took her to a pig farm. He told her to wait down by the rail. But when he returned he couldn't find her. The farmer had put her up for sale. Oh, what a face.
Oh, what a face.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace.
To be showing it in any public place. She always liked to watch the horses when they were racing at the track, until the day she wandered near the stable and the jockey threw a saddle on her back. Oh, what a map.
Oh, what a map.
It's a mishap.
It's a mishap.
To be showing it in any public trap. Her father arranged for her to marry some fella who had never seen the bride. But when she raised the veil to let him kiss her, he screamed and had committed suicide.
Oh, what a face!
Oh, there's there.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace to be showing it in any public place. He carried her picture in his pocket. He kept it till his ship went down at sea. 'Twas then that he took the little locket and packed it in a box and set it free. And now that picture in the locket is floating around from sea to sea. And if by chance you ever find it, don't open it up or you will see that awful face. It's a disgrace to be showing it in any public place. Well, Frankie, now I feel better.
Well, that's understandable. Having a good cry like that always makes a person. Hey, Curly, I thought of a way to get you out of the house for a few days.
You did? How?
Start shaking. You're about to have a nervous breakdown.
Nervous break? Yeah. That should spring me, huh? Okay, let's go in and see Alice.
Not so fast. It has to be done subtly. Now, I'll set it up for you. I'll go in and tell Alice that you're acting a little irrational.
Yeah?
Then you come in, and when we speak to you, don't make too much sense. Let your mind wander a little bit.
Got it.
Yeah, good. I'll go into Alice. Don't you come in for a couple of minutes.
No, I won't.
Yeah, this ought to work like a charm. She'll never suspect. Oh, Alice, where are you?
Oh, right here, Frankie. Where's Phil?
I left him in the other room. Alice, I want to talk to you about him. I don't want to alarm you, but I think he's on the verge of a mental breakdown.
How can you tell?
Well, when he talks, he doesn't make sense.
He never did.
True. But he seems to be getting worse. His mind wanders.
Oh, Frankie, you're just imagining things.
No, I'm not. Why, when I was talking to him just now... Oh, here it comes. Hiya, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie. Wasn't I just talking to you in the hall?
Yeah.
That's funny. I could have sworn I was. Oh, well, it's a small world. Alice, where are my pinking shears?
What do you want with pinking shears?
I thought I'd make scallops for dinner.
See what I mean, Alice?
No, that doesn't prove anything. He always tells bad jokes. You feel all right, Phil?
Oh, of course I do. I love hospital beds, don't you? Oh, on a day like this, it's so good to be alive. Don't you wish you were, Frankie?
You're acting very peculiar. The way you talk, I can't understand you.
Well, you could if you took your snowshoes off.
Well, maybe you'd better go upstairs and lie down.
Oh, so that's it. You want to be alone with Mr. Klingfinger here. How dare you come into my house and make love to my wife behind my back?
But, Phil...
Quiet, John. I'm speaking to Marcia. You have a lot of nerve sneaking in.
I didn't sneak in.
Then how come you're disguised as a zebra? One thing I can't stand, it's a woman who steals another man's wife. Anyone for tennis?
Shirley, you're overdoing it.
I can't stop.
Hey, Phil, honey, sit down and I'll get you a drink.
Oh, goody. I would love a cup of tea.
Tea? Oh, he really blew a fuse.
I'll pour the tea. How many lumps, Frankie?
2. Not in the head, Morris.
No, I don't believe I want any tea.
Now, nonsense. You just hold your cup still while I climb up on the edge and dive in. Ooh, it's so refreshing to be a tea bag.
Have you been a tea bag long?
Oh, yeah. Mother was an orange and father was a pico. Who are you?
I'm the guy who's sorry he started this whole thing.
Oh, I know. You're Mr. Hess, who has a department store in Allenstown, Pennsylvania. How are your escalators running?
All right, Phil, I catch on. If you want to go away for 2 days that badly, you can go.
I can? Oh, Alberta, you're a peach. Has the gardener sprayed you lately? I kind of like this kind of talk. This might be the beginning of a new kind of a thing for me. I might be...
Shut up.
Hey, maybe there is something wrong with him. Maybe he ought to stay home and rest.
Oh, no, Alice. He needs medical treatment. And there's only one man to take him to. Dr. Schiller.
Who is he?
The house doctor at the Flamingo in Las Vegas.
I never heard of him.
You never heard of Abe Schiller, world-famous neurologist and blackjack dealer?
What? Alice, we're not going to Las Vegas.
Now, Phil, I don't care where you go as long as you behave yourself.
Hey, Rem, did you hear that? We can do whatever we want for 2 days. No family responsibility.
Yeah, no kids to look after, no wife to report to, nobody to tell me when I come in, when I go out, no... What am I getting excited about? I'm single. I can do this anytime I want.
One thing, Frankie. I don't want you to lead Phil into any of your bad habits.
Whatever do you mean?
I don't want you to show him how to gamble or teach him how to drink.
Teach him how to... That's like trying to show Einstein how to add.
Don't worry, honey. Frankie's not going to lead me astray because there's going to be no drinking on this trip. We're just going to get in the car and ride along, top down.
Bottoms up.
Here's Muddy.
On this trip, I think you
Now,
ought to...
wait a minute, Alice. This is my trip, and I don't want it spoiled by a wife telling me what to do. For 2 days, let's pretend we're not married.
All right. We'll do it your way. Starting right now, we're not married.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Oh, boy, I can't wait to get started on this trip. Hey, Alice, where are the keys to the car?
In my purse.
Well, let me have them. I want to get the car out.
Oh, I couldn't let you have the car.
Why not?
It belongs to my husband. He's gone away for 2 days. You'll have to wait until he gets back and ask...
All right. You can keep the car. We don't need your old car anyway. We'll use Frankie's car. That's okay with you, ain't it, Remley?
Sure, that's okay with me. But we might have a little trouble getting it away from my partner.
What partner?
Seaboard Finance Company.
It's in again? It seems like they always have it.
Yeah, they're very repossessive.
Yeah, no. Look, we can't go any place without a car, and we've got... Oh, Alice, darling.
Sorry, stranger.
But, Alice, we need a car. Oh, won't you please?
Well, I might let you have it if you do something for me.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Ask me to sing.
All right. Honey, will you please sing? But only do one chorus. We got to get started.
Yes. I only want what's the best thing for you, and the best thing for you would be me. I've been convinced after thinking it through that the best thing for you would be me. Every day to myself I say, point the way, what will it be? I ask myself, what's the best thing for you? And myself and I seem to agree that the best thing for you would be me.
I know that I only want what's the best thing for you, and the best
I say, point the way, what'll it be? I ask myself, what's the best thing for you? And myself and I seem to agree that the best thing for you, the very best thing for you, the best thing for you would be me.
Well, I asked you to sing. Now can I have the car?
No.
Well, why not?
I didn't like the way you listened.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Come on, Curly. I got a lot of friends. One of them will lend us his car. Come Sorry, Curly. I guess our trip's off. Tried all my friends, and none of them would loan me a car.
Well, no wonder. None of your friends owned a car. Half of them didn't even have shoes.
They're not allowed to wear shoes in their business. It's unsanitary to press grapes with your shoes on.
Oh, is that what it was? I thought they were wearing purple socks. Hey, Remley, we can't call this trip off. It ain't every day a married man gets a parole like this. Look, we just got to get a car.
Yeah. Hey, Curly, look.
What?
In front of the market. Julius's delivery truck.
Frankie, what fool scheme have you got in your conniving little mind? And remember, you talked me into it.
That delivery truck would be perfect for a fishing trip.
That's right, but there ain't no sense talking to that little goon. He ain't gonna let you borrow nothing. He'd give you nothing.
Who said anything about asking him?
Well, we can't deliberately take it.
Suppose it was an accident. Suppose we accidentally got in the truck, and it accidentally started to roll down the hill, and we couldn't stop it until it got to Lake Henshaw. Wouldn't be our fault, would it?
True. Yeah, but there's only one trouble.
What's that?
It ain't parked on a hill.
We can push it till we find one.
Remley, I think we should ask permission.
No, that'll kill it. We'll just borrow it and pay him for it when we get back. Now, come on, no one's around. Let's get in the truck.
Hey, Remley, I don't know if we ought to...
Would you?
Well...
Wonder where the keys are. They're not in the ignition. Look in the glove compartment, Curly.
They're not in the glove compartment.
Now look in my pocket, you car thief!
Julie, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? It's my truck.
Truck? Ain't this the Fairfax bus? I love transfers, don't you, Mr. Hess?
All right, we're through with that routine.
Oh, yeah?
I've been hiding in the back of the truck waiting for you guys.
Waiting? How'd you know we were coming?
The Harris Remley alarm went off.
What are you talking about?
As soon as you guys get within 50 feet of this block, bells ring, lights flash, and every storekeeper is alerted for a catastrophe. What are you creeps up to now?
Creeps? Well, we want to go on a fishing trip, and we want to borrow your truck.
And if you don't lend it to us, we won't be able to go.
Oh, well, that's different, fellas. I know what fishing means to a guy, because I like to fish myself. Makes you feel good to get outdoors and forget the turmoil of everyday life. So if you want my truck, fellas, there's only one thing I can say.
What?
You ain't getting it!
Hey, Curly, you hold him. Let me back the truck over him. Just once.
Why waste the gas?
Look, Curly, why bother asking the kid? Let's just take the truck.
You can't do that, fellas. Remember, I got the key.
Where have you got it?
In my mouth.
In that case, we'll just turn you upside down and shake it out of you.
I have to tell him where it is yet. Get away from me, you guys!
Grab his feet, Curly. Turn him upside down.
Got him.
Don't let go of me! Don't do this to me!
Shake him good, Frankie.
Yeah.
Shake him.
Fellas, please let me go! Don't go!
Remley. We're cracking the cement.
Okay, let him drop.
What's the matter with you guys? You crazy or something?
Now, don't get excited. What's the matter with you, kid? Can't you take a joke?
A joke? I used my skull for a pneumatic drill and I should yuck it up yet.
Quiet. No sense of humor. Remley, did the key fall out of his mouth?
Let me look. Yeah, here's the key ring light. No, these are his braces.
Julius, won't you please let us take your truck? We may go about things in the wrong way, but deep down, kid, we really love you.
Oh, yeah, you prove that every week. But I really like you guys, and to prove there's no hard feelings, I'm going to help you.
You going to let us have your truck?
I can't let you have this one. It's brand new. But I can let you have our old truck.
Oh, gee, thanks, kid. Where is it?
It's that black truck parked in front of this one.
Hey, Julius, we really appreciate this, and I want you to know...
Stop yapping and drive it away before I change my mind.
Come on, Remley, we better go. Let's hurry.
You'll find the keys in the ignition. Have a nice vacation.
Thanks again, Julius.
Well, there they go. Wonder how long it'll be before the cops miss that patrol wagon.
This is Phil again. This year, the Red Cross Drive takes on a new and even greater importance. The Red Cross must not only bear its responsibility for any civilian disasters, it must also bear a new burden, preparedness for any or all demands in this continuing world crisis. And the blood program is urgent for our wounded in Korea. Give Red Cross a bigger place in your budget this year. Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley.
Theater Guild presents a 5-star presentation later. Now Hedda Hopper on NBC.
Gentlemen, with our fingers crossed, we present on behalf of the makers of Raleigh and Cool cigarettes this special Hollywood edition of the Tommy Dorsey Amateur Swing Contest. We have here 5 amateur musicians. Each in turn will play a chorus with Tommy and the band, and the applause meter will record the response each one gets from the audience. And a prize of $75 goes to the winner. From here out, it's each man for himself. Is there anything to add before we start, Tommy?
Well, just hold tight to your seats, everybody. And we'll see what happens. Who's first?
The first contestant is a young man named Richard Powell, who plays the cornet. Have you got a nickname?
Some people call me Dick.
Dick Powell. Well, that's a nice name. Now, tell me, Dick, what's your regular job?
Well, I do picture work.
Oh, I see. Photography. That's very interesting.
Well, it is once you get the hang of it.
Dick, how long have you been playing cornet?
I don't like the way you said that. But I've been playing about 12 years. Of course, on the side, I do picture work.
Yes, I know. On the side, yes. Are you working now?
Huh?
I say, are you working now?
Oh, well, yes. I walk the floor nights. It's the girl, you know. On the side, I do picture work. So.
Yes, I know. We went over that, Dick. Now, don't be nervous. Tell me, you haven't a job playing cornet now, have you?
No. I'm kind of waiting to get word any day now.
Well, don't worry, kid. Something will turn up.
I'll say this. You're one of the best-dressed layoffs I've ever met.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to hurry you cats, but if you don't get me playing soon, I think my lip will pucker out.
It probably will anyway. I heard Henry Fonda a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Tell me, Dick, if you win the $75, what are you going to do with it?
Well, I think I'll get an airplane and fly to Ireland.
Well, before you take off, what do you want to play?
Well, I'm going to whip out with a little course of Ida.
You've got it, Dick. Here's 4 bars on the piano, and away we go.
All right. Key just was mine.
I hope this kid does well. He's got a nice face.
To be John, a boy.
Thank you, Dick Towell. The next contestant... Here he comes, friends. The next contestant is a young man who plays the clarinet. His name is Ken Murray. Ken, what do you do?
I used to work in Hollywood Hotel.
You did, huh? What were you, a bellhop?
Yeah, bellhop, and I doubled on night clerk.
Oh. And so you play clarinet?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever gave you the idea of playing the clarinet?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that, Stuart, because I've been dying to tell you that 6 weeks ago I mailed in the coupon. Other fellows left me in the social background. I was a wallflower. Girls avoided me. I had always thought myself musically dumb, still the ad said it was easy. So I mailed in the coupon, sent for the True Tone Hawaiian steel guitar, and this is what I got. After a couple of lessons, I was playing the easier tunes, and now after 6 lessons, I'm popularity itself, the life of every party. Only last night I was at a party. When I picked the clarinet out of the case, they all began to laugh. When I sat down to the piano, they gave me the merry ha-ha. And when I danced with her, she turned her head away. I played my old Kentucky home. My old Kentucky home I played, and the fellow started to cry, and I walked over. I said, excuse me. I said, are you Kentucky? And he said, no, a musician. But tonight, ladies and gentlemen...
You know, I'm almost sorry I asked you how you started to play. Now, what are you going to swing out with now? A killer diller?
No, I thought something of the better sort.
Oh.
Tonight I would like to give my impression of Mr. Fitz Chrysler playing 3 o'clock in the morning on the violin. I'll play it on the clarinet.
All right, then that's fine, Ken. But first, I'd like to hear you play a little bit.
Oh, you want to know what kind of instrument? Well, I want to make a little apology. This is what is known as a Joan Crawford clarinet. No tone. I slipped that in tonight, all right. Those other comedians with the mouth drooling over there. I play, but before that, I'd like to play Home Sweet Home for you. Tell me how you like it, Tommy.
Right.
Home Sweet Home.
Oh, boy, that's terrible.
Well, I got a terrible home. 3 o'clock in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, as Fitz Chrysler, if you please. Play it once more. I'm not in the mood. I don't know what's the matter. I couldn't get through. 6 lessons to help me. That's all I've had. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to make this statement, but even in such a beautiful studio as we have here with a large musical organization like Tommy Dorsey and his Connecticut Yankees, there's bound to be a little professional jealousy. 6 lessons is all I've had while others studied for years. That's not my fault. That's the 4th lesson. Got lost in the mail. I couldn't help that. What a spot for a ripe tomato right here.
Thank you, Ken Murray. You know, folks, it's interesting to note that not only is Ken Murray a comedian, but he plays funny, too, huh? The next contestant is a young lady who plays the piano. She tells me her name is Ross. Is that right?
Shirley Ross.
Shirley Ross. So you'll have to speak a little louder. Do you go to school, Shirley?
I used to go to UCLA.
Well, that's too loud. Tell me, what's your favorite pastime? Wait, let's go back.
Oh, no, I like the way we're doing it.
Why did you leave UCLA, huh?
Well, you see, they wouldn't let me play the piano for the senior glee club.
Oh, really?
Yes, it hurt my feelings.
Well, why was that, Shirley?
Well, I think it's awfully silly, but they caught me swinging on trees.
They did, huh?
Dorsey's game.
Tell me, what's your favorite pastime?
Oh, I like to make movies.
You do, huh? Well, I have one of those small home movie cameras myself, and I love to make...
We make full-length pictures all the time.
You do, huh? Well, I just can't get my camera to work like that. I have a little bit of
the makeup I have to put on.
Oh, yeah? Well, we just take our stuff the way we are, you know. But tell me, do you have stories with titles and everything?
Sure, there's Prison Fun. That's playing right now.
Oh.
In 2 weeks, I've got Thanks for the Memory.
Thanks for... Oh, that was a beautiful song in the big broadcast. There was a girl sang it.
Yeah.
What was her name?
Well, I don't like...
Well, just a minute. I'll get it.
You mustn't know.
Oh, please, Shirley. I can see her right in front of me, and I can't think of her name.
Look, Paul, this is Shirley Ross, and she sang Thanks for the Memory in the big broadcast.
No, Tommy, don't... What? Hey, fellas, look at me. I'm talking to a real picture star. Hey, fellas, look at me. Hey, I'm talking to a picture star.
Don't mind him, Shirley. He's studying to be one of the dead-end kids. What are you going to play, Shirley?
Well, I'm going to try Thanks for the Memory.
It's yours for the asking.
Now, the next contestant is a young man who is a violinist, trying to be a violinist and trying very hard to get in the professional class. If I could have your attention, what is your name?
My name is Jack Benny.
Well, tell me, what do you do besides play the violin?
I'm in the movies.
Oh. You're a movie actor, huh?
I'm a lover.
You
want to make something out of it?
No. I'm just asking questions, that's all. we try to make everybody feel at ease, and tell me this.
You hang out of a window upside down.
Tell me, Jack, you play violin, you're a movie actor, and a lover. What else do you do?
What's it to you, big boy?
Well, good night,
That
nurse.
bottom there.
Tell me, how did you happen to take up the fiddle?
Well, I just lay in there and I just took it up.
Good thing it wasn't a piano, huh?
Yeah, some joke.
Yeah. Your line.
Yeah, on my program, I could tell you what kind of a joke that was.
Well, tell me, Jack, what would you like to play on the violin?
Just anything.
Just
anything at all.
Well,
what do you folks like to hear?
The B.
My honey's loving arms.
That's it.
My honey's loving arms. If I wasn't deaf, I could have heard the B. Wait a minute.
Thank you, Jack Benny. The next contestant is a young man who plays the drums. What is your name, please?
Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby, I see. Bing, what's your regular job?
Why, I do a little light work around the Del Mar racetrack.
Oh.
Is that much of a job, Bing? Well, it's only part-time work, Tommy. It's from 2 to 5 every afternoon except Sunday.
Oh. Tell me, Bing, have you ever been on the radio before?
Yeah, I was on the radio last Thursday night.
Oh, really?
What did you do? Play the drums? No, I just talked, sang, fooled around, you know.
Oh, well, that's nice. Tell me, have you going to be on next Thursday?
Well, no, that's not next Thursday. They got twice.
Have you got any hobbies, Bing?
Oh, yes, I sell salad dressing on the side.
Well, that's a kind of a mixed-up life. Work at a racetrack, sell salad dressing, and play. Well, after all, it takes all kinds. And, Bing, how long have you been playing drums?
About 15 years.
Oh,
I think
really?
I can say with impunity that I aspire to be an exponent of a percussion instrument consisting of a hollow cylinder with the skin of some domestic animal draped gingerly over the end. Struck with sticks to emit a sound akin to the roll of the surf, mayhap, or perhaps even the gentle tintinnabulation that heralds the approach of a disturbance of nature, such as a thunderstorm.
My, how you talk. For a moment, I thought I was in a craft music hall.
Oh, what are you going to swing on the drums, Bing? Well, I don't know what you boys are going to play, but I want to play Honeysuckle Rose.
All right, you've got it. Hit it, Howard. Crosby. Well, there you have them, ladies and gentlemen. Five of Hollywood's most promising amateur swing musicians. Now, while the readers of the applause meter try to find us a winner, the five of them will play together. Let him in, boys. Let him in. He's an awfully nice fellow. Dick, stop pushing. After a hasty conference, I think they're going to play When You and I Were Young, Maggie. Here it is, a history-making jam session with Dick Powell, Ken Murray, Shirley Ross, Jack Benny, and Bing Crosby. Are they set, Tommy?
Well, Bing, you beat off some rhythm. Dick, you play the lead. Shirley, you kind of beat out the piano. And away we go. Say, Tommy. Yes, Bing? Tommy, that man from the Musicians Union is here again. What does he want? He wants that award back. All right, Paul. What does the applause meter say? Who's the winner?
Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but they couldn't get a reading. The applause meter didn't move. What'll we do?
Well, it looks like we'll have to split it up 5 ways. Let's see.
5 ways. Let's see.
I think that comes to about $15 apiece.
15 each.
All right, fellas. That's the Social Security. Well, it's not scale, and then again, it's not tin. I just soon take $2 and go home.
Say, I don't know. Look, Tommy, we got an idea.
What'd you say, Dick? We got an idea. Bing, you tell Tommy, will you? Well, we don't think we should get any of the prize money, Tommy, so we're going to let you have it for giving us the hall to practice in. Mighty white of you. Okay, Bing. I tell you what we'll do. We'll turn it over to the community chef. And thanks a million, all of you, for coming over. Thank you, Tom.
Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra in their new arrangement of I Know That You Know.
Rochester.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Isn't it wonderful? We're off the air for the summer. Here it is Sunday, almost my program time, and I'm sitting here relaxing.
That's right, boss.
All I have to do is sit down in an easy chair and blow smoke rings. Watch this, Rochester. Aren't they pretty?
Uh-huh, but those smoke rings are a little flat on one side.
They are?
Yeah, looks like you'll have to get that pivot tube straightened again.
Yeah, I guess so. See, it's great to be on vacation. Say, Rochester, I wonder who's taking my place on the radio.
Oh, I don't know.
Let's tune in and find out.
You better not, boss.
Why not?
If they get more laughs than you do, you'll kill yourself and spoil the whole summer.
I will not.
Remember last year when Those We Love took your place?
What about it?
You listened to that with one hand on the dial and the other on the gas jet.
Oh, I don't remember anything like that ever happened. Answer that, Rochester.
Okay. Hello? Jack Benny's resident, star, stage, screen, and radio, and dresses up like Charlie's at the tag party. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Mr. Benny.
Okay, bring me the phone. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Warner. Well, I appreciate your calling, but I thought I made myself perfectly clear in our last discussion, Mr. Warner. I don't want to seem fussy, but I won't accept anything unless it's something I can really sink my teeth into. Really? Well, I'll rush over first thing in the morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Warner. Goodbye.
Who is that, boss? Mr. Jack Warner, your producer?
No, Julius Warner, my butcher. Here, Rochester, take the phone.
Yes, sir. Would you be more comfortable with a footstool, boss?
Yes, yes. Thanks, Rochester.
Your slippers?
Yes, thank you.
A pillow behind your back?
Yes, thank you.
Would you like a magazine?
Yes, thank you.
Can I have the night off?
Yes, thank you. I mean, no, thank you. I mean, no. Rochester, you tricked me into that. Anyway, you had last night off.
But that was different. I had to go to an important meeting of my bridge club.
Likely story. You don't even belong to one.
Oh, yes, I do. It's called the Saturday Night Roll 'em Out and Hit 'em Against the Wall Bridge Club.
That's what I thought, a dice game. Why do you call it a bridge club?
That's where we play, under the Golden Gate Bridge.
Rochester, the Golden Gate Bridge is way up in San Francisco.
I know. Some people like a long roll.
What?
We got a member up there that reads them and telegraphs us the results.
Well, that's the most fantastic thing I ever heard. Imagine you wanted me to believe that... See who that is, Rochester.
Okay. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Rochester. Mr. Benny in?
Yes, he's in the other room.
Okay. When your heart goes bumpity-bum, this love, 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 Oh, hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Gee, you seem cheerful.
Yeah, I feel great. It's such a beautiful day, I rode over here on my bicycle.
Oh, where'd you leave it? In my driveway?
No, I leaned it against your sign out in front that says, if I can't act better than Paul Lucas, I'll eat my hat.
Mary, have you noticed how much better the sign looks since I put lights on it?
Yeah. But Jack, the Academy Awards have been over for 5 months. Why don't you take it down?
Oh, I will pretty soon.
Soon? You still haven't taken down the one about Spencer Tracy.
I know, Mary, but with a sign on each side, it lends balance to the house, you know.
Well, how about the one on the roof about Gary Cooper?
I can't take that sign down. I sold the other side of it to Lifebuoy. Here it is, Sunday afternoon, 1 minute to 4, and we don't have to go on the air. I wonder what program's taking our place.
It's the all-time hit parade.
Oh, yes. That's the one where you name the song before the gong. Say, Mary, when the program goes on, I'll bet you that I can name more songs than you can.
Okay, what'll we bet?
I bet you a kiss.
Oh, Jack, no.
2 kisses? 3 kisses? 5 kisses?
Let's make it interesting. I'll bet you a dime.
A dime?
Cash.
Oh. Oh, all right, come on. Let's tune in on the all-time hit parade, huh? Before the gong.
With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. You said it. Yes, sir. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Del Sharbutt greeting you from New York, where Lucky Strike presents your all-time hit parade with the best songs of all for you to recall. And your special guests, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston with Rochester, playing America's favorite musical game. Just name the song before the gong. All right, friends, here's how to play the game. As the orchestra plays each of the great all-time songs, it's up to you to name the song before the gong strikes.
make it a friendly contest, just as Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Rochester are doing tonight. Later on this program, 5 members of our armed forces will compete for $500 on the $500 Song of the Week. And now, on with the game. Just name the song before the gong.
Your all-time hit parade starts off at high with this popular all-time all-timer. Are you ready, Mr. and Mrs. America? Just name the song before the gong.
Was right on that one. Now let's keep playing the game.
Here's an ultra-modern all-time all-timer that's always a pleasure to hear. So come on, you music lovers, just name the song before the gong.
Lovely to look at it is, and the game rolls along.
Well, how you doing, folks? You'll find out later how Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Rochester are getting along with the game. Meantime, you'll recognize this champion all-time all-timer as soon as Lulu Bates sings the lyrics. But as the orchestra plays it, can you name the song before the gong?
Did you call that I've got a feeling you're fooling? Right. And now sing it, Lulu Bates.
I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a feeling you're having fun. I'll get a go by when you are done fooling with me. I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a notion it's make-believe. I think you're laughing right up your sleeve, fooling with me. Life is worth living while you are giving moments of paradise. You're such a standout, but how you hand out that hocus pocus from your eyes. I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a feeling it's all a frame. It's just a well-known old darling game, fooling with me. I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a feeling you're having fun. I'll get a go by when you are done fooling with me. I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a notion it's make-believe. I think you're laughing right up your sleeve, fooling with me. Life is worth living while you are given moments of paradise. You're such a standout, but how you hand down that hocus pocus from your eyes. I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a feeling it's all a frame. It's just a well-known old army game, fooling with me.
Old American. Let that historic chant remind you that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. No wonder that with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Woodrow Wilson and Woodrow Wilson's father. Go back in imagination across the distance of 73 years. Back to the busy capital city of Columbia, South Carolina, in the year 1871. It is the hour of twilight of a winter's day. On quiet Hamden Street, a small white brick house reflects the purple shadow of the darkening sky. The curtains have been drawn against the night. And inside the house, in the comfortable book-lined study, a man sits before the fire with his 15-year-old son. He holds an old volume of Shakespeare, and by the flickering firelight reads the immortal lines, "This above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow as the night obeys. Thou canst not then be false to any man." The boy sits upon the floor near his father's chair, and his eyes hold a strange, newfound wisdom. For he has just heard the words that will become his own philosophy, the words he will live by for the rest of his life. To thine own self be true. Living by these words, this boy will rise to prominence in the world and make a brilliant career for himself as a university chancellor, a state governor, and the 28th president of the United States. For his name is Woodrow Wilson. Living among the people of Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia, he comes to know the gracious spirit of the Old South, the beauty of its rolling countryside, the fertility of its sweeping farmland. And often in the course of the years, he puts aside the cares of state, the burdens of a troubled world, and returns to the Piedmont country he loves, to the Albemarle Hills of Virginia, and to the beautiful old plantations of his friends on the banks of the Potomac and the James. And here, walking among the fields with him, his friends, Woodrow Wilson saw the crops of mild tobacco he knew from the days of his youth, those golden harvests that contributed so much to the tradition, the romance of fine tobacco. Today, America's tradition of fine tobacco is carried on by Lucky Strike. For remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Old American. All set, all ready, here it is, the current number one song of the week. Number one from coast to coast, as shown by your Hit Parade survey. Everybody try to just name the song before the dawn.
Did you name the song Before the Gong? That was long ago and far away. The current #1 song on your hit parade.
Well, friends, how many of you named right so far? You think you've done as well as Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Rochester? Well, you'll know in a few minutes, so keep up the good work on this one. It's a standout among the all-time all-timers. So just name the song Before the Gong. Was the right tag on that. And now, as we review our scores, let's move the game out to Hollywood to find out what the score is from Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Rochester.
See, that's a swell program. And you know, Mary...
Jack, stop stalling. I guess more songs than you did. Pay me the dime.
Huh?
The dime we bet. You lost, you know. Give me the dime.
Okay, Mary, just a second. Here.
Jack, an IOU?
My IOUs are good. I pay off on the 1st of every month.
But we said we were betting cash. Come on, pay up.
Okay. Turn around.
Turn around? Why?
Because I have to unfasten my money belt. I have to unfasten. What a dialect. The joke was too good to kill, too, you know. Just a second. Okay, here. Have you got change for a $20 bill?
Yeah. Turn around.
Okay.
Here's your change, Jack.
Thanks. Now turn around again while I put it in my belt. You know, Mary, if you ever start wearing those liquid stockings, you'll have to buy a purse.
Yeah.
What's so funny?
If you ever go broke, your pants will fall down.
Oh, stop being silly. Say, Mary, I'm glad a nice musical program like the All-Time Hit Parade is replacing me for the summer. It's a good show.
It is a good show, isn't it, Jack?
Uh-huh.
I like it, too.
Yes, a very good program.
But you know, boss, I'll bet lots of people will tune in on Sundays at this time expecting to hear you.
Say, you're right. You know, Mary, first they'll hear the music and think it's Phil Harris's band, and then they'll keep waiting for me to come on. Don't you think so?
Don't worry, Jack. As soon as they hear them giving away money, they'll know it's not your program.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, Mary, I just thought of something. Don't you think that a violin soloist would add class to the all-time hit parade?
Oh, Jack, stop daydreaming. They wouldn't hire you on that program. They only have good musicians.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Are you inferring that my violin playing is lousy?
That's what you said. That's what the lady said. She said that.
I don't care what she said. I'll show you that I'm good enough to play on that program. Rochester, bring me my violin.
Oh, boy.
Bring me my violin.
Jack, please.
Never mind. Rochester, bring me my violin.
Okay.
Now stop monkeying with the strings and bring it over here.
I'm coming.
Rochester, you fell on my violin and smashed it.
It was an accident, boss.
It was not. You did it on purpose.
No, boss, it was an accident. I didn't see Miss Livingston stick her foot out.
Mary, did you do that?
Yes, Jack, I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my little footsie.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now, the all-time hit parade will have to get along without me.
Thank you, Rochester, for breaking Jack's violin. Well, now, here's an all-time all-timer. It's a rhythmical rumba from the Good Neighbor Nation. So, what do you say, neighbor? Just name the song Before the Gong.
If you said that was Faye CC, you named it right.
Back in 1871, tobacco was a familiar sight to Woodrow Wilson, who spent many happy days on the plantations of his friends. And today, certain of those same plantations are a familiar sight to men at the auctions down south, to the independent tobacco experts who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco. Season after season, at market after market. No wonder that the men who know tobacco best, it's lucky to the watch. Los Angeles, California.
We regret due to an interruption in service from our eastern studios, we're unable to continue with the program now in progress. Until conditions are restored, we present a piano interlude from Hollywood. Service having been restored, we return you now to the program in New York.
And 5 contestants tagged it.
For naming the song before the dawn, Private Peter Jonowitz, Scorekeeper Third Class James Spellman, Private Evelyn Stein, Technician 5th Grade George South, and Private William Baker divide the prize for $500. Yes, $100 to each other. And another great all-timer. Everything I've got belongs to you is honored on your all-time hit parade. Dorsey next Sunday,
beginning next Sunday, your all-time hit parade will bring you Tommy Dorsey, his trombone, and his orchestra, playing the best songs of all for you to recall. Yes, beginning next Sunday and every Sunday at the same time, same station, listen to your all-time hit parade starring Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra. And next Sunday, your guest will be Bing Crosby. Yes, Bing Crosby in person. What a combination. Tommy and Bing to play and sing. Remember, next Sunday and every Sunday, your all-time hit parade featuring Tommy Dorsey, his trombone, and his orchestra. With next Sunday's guest, Bing Crosby. What a combination. Tommy and Bing to play and sing. Can you pick the top tunes that will rate next week's hit parade? Tune in next Saturday night to your regular hit parade over another network. Here are your own ratings compared with the leading songs as shown by the accurate, authentic tabulations of your hit parade survey. Don't miss your hit parade next Saturday night, starring Frank Sinatra.
Good evening. This is Ronald Coleman inviting you to join Mrs. Coleman and me for the next half hour when our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer, present the Halls of Ivy.
If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the country. Ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people that it's the largest selling beer in America. It has to be fine to be first. And now, the Halls of Ivy. We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The hounds of spring are yapping merrily at Ivy's president, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall. Their happy barking announces that summer, as Chaucer so quaintly put it, is a-comin' in, and that the academic year is a-goin' out. Relishing the idea, Dr. Hall sits in the afternoon sun perusing that handbook of the male species, a sporting goods catalog.
Vicky, it's really amazing.
Toddy, I'm so glad to hear you say so.
You are? Why?
Well, I find it refreshing to think that a man of your knowledge and experience can still find things to be amazed at. Shows an open mind.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not one who believes that an open mind is an equivalent to a hole in the head.
Equivalent to a hole in the... is that your own, Vicky?
You mean my own head?
No. Your own observation.
Oh, I think so. If I owe it to Earl Wilson or somebody, I apologize. What did you find there that's so amazing?
Well, the items in this catalog. It's incredible, the impedimenta which have been evolved to ease the hardships of the summer camper. It's getting so that a life in the open is only slightly less rugged than a 5-room suite at the Ambassador East.
Yeah, well, if you're planning on roughing it this summer in the pump room, Doctor, you've got yourself a fellow camper. If I may refer to myself as a fellow.
Look at some of these things. Flashlights which need no batteries. Butane cook stoves. Portable refrigerators. Foam rubber mattresses in weatherproof tents. Mosquito repellent.
Oh, that's for me. No mosquito has yet been repelled by me.
Isn't it nice to know that you are irresistible even to a mosquito?
Well, yes. But it's the only example of it I've ever experienced where I had to slap my own face.
Now, look at all this. I wonder what Daniel Boone and Kit Carson would have thought of these little aids to life in the open.
Oh, they'd have sneered at them. You can't shoot a buffalo for lunch with a spray gun full of citronella.
No. If only one could, one...
Now, get that calculating look out of your eye, William. You can't eliminate the Wellmans of the world either with a spray gun.
Now, how did you know I was thinking of Mr. Wellman?
Well, whenever you think of him, your hands make little strangling gestures. What brought him to mind? Talking about mosquitoes?
No, I'm expecting him any minute. He called a while ago.
Trouble?
Now, darling, did he ever come here bringing me violets?
Well, what's bothering our little splinter from the Board of Governors?
Well, it's a student named Richard Alden. He'd be eligible for the Nobling Dale Award if he were to graduate. But we can't graduate him.
Why not? I thought Richard Alden was Phi Beta Kappa and an all-round mental whiz-bang.
Well, he is, in science. He seems to think that the rest of our curriculum was designed to hamper him in his favorite subject. I would be derelict in my duty to graduate such a brilliant ignoramus. His arrogant attitude toward a well-rounded education
Enter
is...
Splinter. Stage left.
Oh, yes.
Now, let's make time count, and let's not dawdle with amenities. Mrs. Hall and Dr. Hall, this is Richard Alden.
Hello, Richard.
And don't bother wasting time in the lows, because I'm not blaming you, Dr. Hall, even though it is your fault. What do you have to say in the face of such evidence?
Who, me?
I'm a very plain and simple-minded man, Dr. Hall. Get down to brass cases. I mean hard tacks. Brass tacks, Dr. Hall.
It's precisely where we are now. And it was an unfortunate oversight that you were the last one to know. But you seem so preoccupied with other matters.
You've taken the words right out of my mouth, which is exactly why I'm here. Who, may I ask, has been most interested in the advancement of this institution? Who has tried to make its name a byword in every home in America? Who? Who?
You have us there, Mr. Wellman.
I have. That's whom. Who? And at last we have a student, Richard Alden, here, who finally wins the Nobling Dale Award. And what do you do?
Yes, Toddy. Well, answer the man. What do you do?
Well, it seems to me, Mr. Wellman, that the terms of the award leave it open only to students who are graduating.
A man like this boy, Richard Alden, brilliant. Science and test tubes and equations only an Einstein could understand.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman.
Yes. No one who... I mean, if anyone else was, or... Now, what was the point I was making?
Well, I believe you were about to say that such a man, or boy, most certainly should be graduating. But I think perhaps this is a matter for Richard and me to discuss in private.
What? I pick up the cudgel in his behalf. I gird my armor. I...
Lower the boom.
I've never been so outraged.
Oh, I'm sure you have, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, true. I have. I wash my hands. Clean as a whistle.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. He makes me nervous.
Oh, you have to understand, Mr. Wellman. He can get along with anybody except people.
You have some tea or coffee, Richard?
Nothing, thank you. Dr. Hall, my grades are the highest of any student in this college since 1896. I have surpassed all other Phi Beta Kappas in this college. And furthermore, no Ivy student has ever won the Nobling Dale Award.
Yes, you're quite right, Richard. However, let us go from the realm of higher intellectual pursuits to some simple arithmetic. You have chosen the field of averages, so I advance them. 100 averages what?
50, of course.
That is your grade average. And that is why you're failing.
I am a science major, Dr. Hall. I see no reason for attending classes in the history of the novel or Greek and Roman drama.
Well, Greek and Roman drama can be quite exciting. You know, I once played Clytemnestra.
Who?
A woman famous in Greek classical tragedy, but you'll probably remember her better as a contemporary of Pythagoras' triangle.
I'm a scientist. Or would be if you'd let me graduate.
Oh, I'm not stopping you, Richard. The curriculum is...
Well, why do you so vehemently object to the arts and letters, Richard?
What do they lead to? What is the functional value of a sonnet?
Well, my dear boy, because a sonnet cannot be reduced to a mathematical formula, and I'm not sure that it can't, but just because it is a thing which stimulates the imagination and evokes pleasure, it doesn't mean that it has no functional value.
Yes, but what I mean
Excuse me. You might ask me the functional value of a violin obligato, the remembered fragrance of a mountain morning, the ripple of a trout stream. And I'd say that the functional value of anything is its special purpose, its reason for being. The reason for being of all these things of the soul and the emotions is simply that they are a spiritual bank account on which human beings may draw at will. And as a too restricted specialist, Richard, you are well on your way to becoming an emotional pauper, spiritually bankrupt.
I don't like to seem obtuse, Doctor, but I still don't see how I need trout streams and mountain mornings and sonnets. Logically, where would all the philosophers and writers and artists be without engineers, without bridges?
Terribly wet, I imagine.
Well, logic, like functionalism, can also be twisted to strange uses. I'm reminded of the centipede who refused to go under the viaduct because the clearance was limited to 13 feet. Richard, you're a boy who's determined to go places, right?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Going far. Snapped up by some big concern or firm for your valuable scientific mind?
In charge of research. Invent things, improve them, perfect them.
Invent things just like that?
Or invent things for other things?
For people.
Ah, yes, people. You hadn't mentioned them. I wasn't sure.
They're the ones who buy the products, aren't they?
I wasn't sure how you classified people. As customers or as mankind?
I think I know mankind as well as the next fellow.
Ah, now we're getting into semantics again. The next fellow, Richard, is a mythical being utilized for purposes of reference by those seeking support for unworthy arguments. His credit standing is nil, and his social security number is 0-0. Now, you, as a practicing scientist, shouldn't call upon such an inexact figure as the next fellow.
You're just sparring with me, Dr. Hall. What does all this have to do with my graduation and getting on with my scientific work?
But I think, Richard, that Dr. Hall is trying to point out that he doesn't approve of half-educated graduates.
Did you ever read history for fun, Richard?
No, sir. I never considered it fun.
Are you familiar with Moby Dick?
Certainly. As a boy, it's a very exciting adventure story for teenage boys.
Oh, good heavens, no, if I may venture an opinion.
It's for rulers and saints, soldiers and philosophers, poets and leaders. The good soul, Ahab, turned into a dangerous man by his pursuit of the demon whale, because he has no goal but to kill the huge thing. Ahab, stung by his own vanity, flinging himself against the lashing winds and crashing tides of sea that...
Ahoy there, Captain Hall.
Oh, yes. Well, anyway, as for the human being, few things tell us quite as much as a Melville, or a Tolstoyan paragraph, a Jonathan Swift epigram.
Well, I'll take pi equals 3 14/1400.
And assuming you do succeed in squaring the circle, Richard, who will be there to applaud your wondrous feat?
Beth, for one. Beth Lansing, my wife.
You see, Toddy, he has got other interests.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed and delighted. Is your wife a scientist too, Richard?
Not exactly.
Not exactly a scientist?
Well, I'm sure I didn't mean not exactly a wife.
Yes, I did, Mrs. Hall.
Oops, sorry.
We're engaged. She's a senior, too. We were going to be married when I graduated. If I graduate. If it's possible to let a straight-A science student get a diploma at this college.
Well, several of them have received diplomas, but they weren't so insistent about altering the entire course of study at Ivy.
I don't care about the course of study. I'm speaking of me. Let anyone else do what he likes, but so far as I'm concerned, an hour's study on anything else is 1 hour less I can devote to science. Goodbye, Mrs. Hall. Dr. Hall.
Is he really as bright a science student as he says he is?
Oh, he most certainly is. But if I were a little younger, a little stronger, I might throw him to the floor and sit on his chest while I reread the classics aloud to him.
Speaking of his chest, I have a notion. The best way to a man's heart
is through his stomach, according to the old adage. An adage which I reject as being medically impractical, aesthetically distasteful, and conversationally repulsive.
Then how about the way to a man's heart is through his heart? Simple approach. Why play an organ recital?
My very point. Then I take it you're referring in your oblique feminine way to Beth Lansing, who I'm sure sees no faults in our unromantic young friend.
Oh, sure. The only time a woman ever understands her husband is before she marries him. Incidentally...
Yes?
Why did you ask Richard if he'd read history for fun? Well, I mean, aside from finding out if he'd had any other interests.
Because, like so many impetuous people, he has no understanding whatsoever of the pertinence of accumulated knowledge in fields other than his own. He's never understood that wise men have recorded their yesterdays to help fools meet their tomorrows.
Why didn't you tell him that before he left?
Because that is what I call one of my taxicab rejoinders.
What on earth is a taxicab rejoinder?
That, my darling, is the devastating retort you could have used to such good effect at the party, but don't think of until you're on your way home. Now, what about Beth Lansing?
When you think of beer, think of this. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people, it's the largest selling beer in America.
Back in 1849, a little brewery in the village of Milwaukee produced the first barrel of Schlitz beer. Before that time, people didn't pay much heed to the name of the brewer. Beer was beer, and that's all anyone cared to know. In the years between, however, people began to notice that certain brands of beer had more to offer than others. As the brewer's brand increased in importance, both Schlitz and Milwaukee became known throughout the world. Milwaukee as the home of premium beer. Schlitz as the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Today, this outstanding Milwaukee-born beer has an even more special distinction. Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous, tastes so good to so many people that it's first in sales in America. The taste that built that popularity is yours in every glass of Schlitz beer. Enjoy it, for chances are you'll like Schlitz best, too. Rejoin the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall, who's been working on the project of adding a spur line of human emotion to the single-track mind of Richard Alden, just entering the house.
Vicky.
In here. Come on in, darling. Yeah, now, darling, this is Beth Lansing. Beth, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Oh, I'm delighted to see you. I'm very curious to know how Richard's getting along.
Yeah, but that's what Beth called me about.
Well, he isn't getting along very well.
He seems to be muttering things about you, Toddy.
Well, not really muttering, shouting. He shouts now, and he never used to. Well, that's why I had to talk to you, Mrs. Hall.
But why didn't you talk to me, Beth?
Oh, it was the roundabout approach, I guess. I was being feminine and clever by taking it up with Mrs. Hall. Anyhow, how could I talk to you about how Richard dislikes you?
Well, naturally, I prefer to be liked rather than disliked. But I've found that an antagonism here or there is not necessarily lethal. Any person with character is bound to find a few opponents, but as long as his adversaries are outnumbered by his allies, this is mere stimulation.
Yeah, well, speaking of, as one of Dr. Hall's allies, Beth, just how does Richard feel?
He feels like, well, that you're keeping him from his ultimate fulfillment, Dr. Hall. Those were his very words.
They sound like his very words, the dear young pinhead.
Well, I'm not the founder of Ivy College, Beth. The required study has been in effect for several years. Richard should realize that.
If we'd known he was coming, we'd have baked a curriculum.
Well, that's it. He can't see that. He can't see anything. He just says it's all your fault and doesn't know why.
Well, a more articulate man once had a similar feeling about the head of another college. He said, "I do not love thee, Dr. Fell. The reason why I cannot tell. But this alone I know full well. I do not love thee, Dr. Fell."
But that's just how he feels. For a fellow with a scientific mind, I keep telling him he isn't being very scientific. accusing you of purposely holding him back without having any proof.
But if he looked for proof, he'd come face to face with himself somewhere along the route.
Well, a man who has proposed marriage has faced himself, and several other people, too.
Proposed marriage? Well, Richard never proposed marriage.
Oh, perhaps he sent it to you written up as some sort of equation. Mass equals religious ceremony. Religious ceremony divided by 2 equals marriage. And if bride can make pi or 3.1416, so much the better.
Oh, no. Our engagement was just understood.
By both of you?
Well, kind of. Well, he keeps talking about our plans for the future. Well, he's never said he loves me. Well, outright. But he's quite emphatic about the future.
Is that fun? I mean, I'd hate to have my hand held by a man who just wanted to read my palm.
No, it isn't much fun, really. Well, not as much as it should be. Well, but sometimes...
Well, as long as you're happy with it that way.
Well, I have to make allowances for the fact that Richard isn't very demonstrative.
No. No, to demonstrate anything, Richard seems to need a blackboard.
If I'm not too personal, what allowances does a woman in love make for her fiancé's inability to express his affection?
Well, actually, I don't know. Sometimes I think he's just shy. Other times I think he's egotistic. And other times, well, I don't know what I think.
What would you like him to be?
Well, relaxed. I'd like him to be the kind of man who walks in the park and talks to strangers. I'd like him to waste time at least once in a while. I'd like to hear him talk about spring. Well, yes, just about spring.
But perhaps he can't. Spring isn't scientific. It's emotional.
Oh, that's silly. He could talk about it if he wanted to. The talks have to start sometime. And right now it's fine. You know, I don't think Richard has been very nice to me at all. If you'll excuse me, well, goodbye.
I have a feeling that the scientific Mr. Alden is about due for a rude jolt in his trigonometry.
He's going to have to make at least a temporary choice between Cupid and Pythagoras. Or, to put it bluntly, if he is as bright as I think, he'll swap his Euclid for a uke. Dr. Hall speaking.
Dr. Hall, this is Wellman. Clarence Wellman!
How are you, Mr. Wellman?
My patience knows no bounds, Doctor. But you have strayed into disaster about to befall.
Oh, I hardly feel the situation merits the gravity you bring to it.
Really? Maybe you can afford to sit there and be calm, which is what you're paid for. But it isn't every year the Noblingdale Science Award is offered to an Ivy student, and we may lose it because of sheer, unadulterated stubbornness.
I can't force Richard Alden to study certain subjects.
Blaming the boy won't do any good. And it may interest you to know I am going to suggest to the Board of Governors that they completely alter the student program. There'll be no repetition of this effect.
Well, you mean alter the curriculum to suit one petulant student? Oh, I feel we can work out some sort of compromise on this.
Now, see here, I'm not interested in a compromise. I want a solution. Enough shilly-shally. I mean, beating about it. Did you say compromise?
Yes. Instead of destroying the university by altering the entire pattern of our educational process to conform to Richard Alden's needs...
The point!
Well, we will simply take the 2 or 3 professors who block our path and burn them. That is, if you really think this boy is more important than education itself.
Dr. Hall, one more chance. 24 hours. That's all, and then I go to the Board of Governors. And a word to the wise in time saves... Yes.
Mr. Wellman, if I can possibly think of anything else, I'll call you immediately. Meanwhile, be of good cheer and say hello to the wife and children. Goodbye.
I won't take much of your time, Dr. Hall. I'm leaving school.
For another university?
No, I'm through with all of them.
Well, there's some awfully nice universities around.
Right now, I just want to know why you turned Beth against me. She argued with everything I said.
You mean she had some opinions?
Of her own?
Some. Hundreds. I've never heard so many opinions from one person. And very unsound.
Well, she did seem like a very unreasonable girl. The kind who'd make outlandish demands. She probably thought you should go on a world cruise and settle in Capri.
Did she tell you that?
Well, no. But, sometimes you can tell by just looking.
All she told me were a bunch of sophomoric ideas about personal relationships, emotional attachments.
Love?
I always thought a woman wanted security. And what's more secure than a husband who has a scientific training? What could be more security to any woman?
The husband himself, I should think.
Well, that's assuming you are a scientist, Richard. You could easily become nothing more than a batch of remembered axioms and mathematical problems which an electronic machine can solve faster and better, and which wouldn't flirt with a switchboard girl.
That's an awful thing for a college president to say.
I'm simply trying to tell you that science as an end in itself is not so amazing. Nature has made the trapdoor spider a great engineer. A bee can construct perfect hexagons in wax. But your future associates will be people, not insects.
I'm exactly what this college taught me to be.
Oh, pardon me. You are only what you permitted this college to teach you, what you let yourself be taught. Now, I'm sure you've read Diderot's Scientific Encyclopedia.
Every page of it.
In it, the world of the 18th century saw new hope to bring it out of its trembling despotism. It saw Diderot's scientific examination as long needed. But there were men of dark little notions and limited minds who so viciously opposed Diderot's explanation of facts, they came terribly close to destroying this masterwork.
But Diderot won, didn't he? He beat them all.
He did. He did, as you so quaintly put it, beat them all. But not until a non-scientific mind came to his rescue. Not until Voltaire, who was nothing but a writer and whose only province was people, not until Voltaire wrote so strongly for the right of all men to examine truth as they wish. Not until then.
I didn't know that.
No. You knew the text, but you didn't know the people.
Well, more. What happened next?
Well, nothing much, except that Voltaire made his point because he believed we were each other's enemy as long as we lived only for ourselves.
Don't know people. Maybe I don't.
Study them. Study them. They may not be scientific, but they're good collateral reading.
Yeah, I guess I'd better shut up until I do.
And don't forget, it's a wise man and a successful one who knows the precise psychological moment when to say nothing. Oscar Wilde, Victoria Poets, course 293A.
You know something? I've been a knucklehead. That's an expression from Upperclassman 51, Bull Session. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate the new slant you've given me.
Oh, you're quite welcome, I'm sure. And, Richard, while you're broadening your outlook and congratulating yourself on the Noblingdale Award, I'd suggest a rereading of Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland?
Yes, by Lewis Carroll, writer of magical nonsense, who was also, I think it is pertinent to remind you, Charles Ludwig Dodgson, a mathematician. He did a great deal of summing up with figures of speech.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Thank you, sir. And, well, thanks.
You needn't look so smug, Doctor. It wasn't just you. After all, it's June, and he's young, and he's got a girl.
I know, my darling. The satisfaction which you detected on my face was not so much from any personal triumph as it was an agreeable appreciation of the fact that between you and me and Spring and Beth.
And Mr. Wellman.
Yes, and even the ubiquitous Clarence. Between us all, we have succeeded in keeping a budding scientist from becoming a blooming idiot.
When you think of beer, think of this. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people, it's the largest selling beer in America.
America today faces two enemies: aggression abroad and inflation at home. With a double job to do, we need to step up our production faster than ever before, produce more goods every hour of every day of every week. In peacetime, our free American economic system has given us an unrivaled standard of living. The defense program will call for sacrifices, but the more we produce, the fewer those sacrifices will be. Remember, the better we produce, the stronger we grow. Here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
We'll be seeing you next week at the same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Also in our cast were Gene Bates and Eddie Firestone. Tonight's script was written by Arthur Ross and Don Quinn. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy the Pulitzer Prize Playhouse on television on Friday nights. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Hear the great Gildersleeve and his lovable family on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new Dennis Day program with Sharon Douglas, Verna Felton, Dink Trout, John Brown, Joe Kearns, Lee Benedict, Jerry Hausner, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and starring the popular young singer of the Jack Benny Show in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. And now here's Dennis singing Take Care.
Take care when you say take care. Your lips may impart sweeter things than your heart means to say. Take care when you say take care. Don't whisper tonight words that fade in the light of the day. Who knows if the spell we're under will still be as strong when the moon is no longer there. A heart that's swayed in a moment such as this may be betrayed by the madness of a kiss. When you say take care, oh, take care. Madness of a kiss. When you say take care, oh, take care.
Yes, that was the beautiful voice of Dennis Day. But exactly what sort of person is our hero? Well, suppose we ask some of the folks of Weaverville, where Dennis lives and works. They know him best. For example, there's his boss, Mr. Willoughby, who owns the drugstore where Dennis jerks sodas. Mr. Willoughby, how do you feel about Dennis?
Dennis Day? Well, when I first met Dennis and hired him to work behind my fountain, I wasn't sure whether he was a soda jerk or not. But I knew he was some kind.
Yeah. Now, how about a few words from Mildred, Dennis's girlfriend?
I think Dennis is a perfect love. It's just that no one understands him. People in this town judge other people by how much money they have or how many brains. Either way, it's very unfair to Dennis.
All right, suppose we hear from Mildred's mother now, Mrs. Anderson, who runs the boarding house in which Dennis lives.
Dennis Day will never amount to anything. He has no ambition, no gumption, and very little sense. My daughter thinks she's in love with him, but it's only because he reminds her of her father.
Well, Mr. Anderson, what do you say to that?
Any opinions expressed by me on any subject whatsoever are necessarily those of my wife.
Well, how about a fellow boarder at the Anderson Menage? Mr. Snedeker, how do you feel about Dennis Day?
Don't mention Dennis Day's name to me. I ought to tear him limb from limb. Wants to borrow my car, he says, so he can drive his girlfriend Mildred over to pick up her costume for the masquerade party tonight. Why did I give it to him? Because I'm a big, fat, good-natured slob, that's why. And what happened? What happens to my car? I'll tell you what happened.
Oh, Dennis!
Did you see that? That parked car ran right into me. Golly, it's going to cost me $25 for Mr. Snedeker's fender, Mildred. Where am I going to get $25?
Well, haven't you saved any money out of your salary at the drugstore?
I've only had the job 2 days. Anyhow, with taxes what they are, I couldn't possibly save more than $6 a week.
Well, how much is your salary?
$6 a week.
Well, we've just got to think of something. If Mr. Snedeker tells Mama, she's liable to throw you out of her boarding house. And I don't know where you'd get another room with this housing shortage.
Gee, I'd hate to lose that comfortable room I share with Mr. Appling, Mr. Moore, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Greenberg, Mr. Erickson, Mr. Kerrigan, Mr. Calfleisch, and the Cooper brothers. Especially this week when it's my turn to sleep in the bed.
Well, we just got to raise the money somehow. Mr. Snedeker said if he didn't get his $25, he'd murder you.
Oh, yeah? I'd just like to see him try it, that's all.
What would you do?
What could I do? I'd be dead. But the police would do plenty.
Dennis, if you don't mind, I'd rather he got his money. Oh, if I could only win the prize at the masquerade tonight.
Huh?
You know, the silver cup for the most outstanding costume. Oh, we could get $25 for it easily.
Well, gosh, maybe you will win, Mildred.
Oh, I haven't a chance. Mama picked out a perfect stinker of a costume for me. Betsy Ross. Now I ask you, Betsy Ross.
That does stink a little. Gee, I just finished a book about a girl who'd make a wonderful character at a masquerade. A somewhat different type from Betsy Ross, of course.
Oh, what book was that?
It was called Forever Amber.
Forever Amber?
Yes, it's a very absorbing book. It took me months and months to get through it, but I finally finished it.
Well, why did it take you so long?
I kept going back over it to see if I'd read right. Very educational reading. You know, Mildred, it's very educational reading for a young fellow like myself, though. Believe me, I learned plenty about the London fire.
Golly, you know, I'll bet Amber would win that cup in a walk. Dennis, I'll do it.
You mean you'll go to the masquerade as Amber?
Exactly.
Gee, you're liable to catch an awful cold.
Don't be silly. Now, what can I do with that costume? Cut out the sleeves, lower the neckline, make it slinky and tight-fitting.
I don't think Betsy Ross would like this.
Oh, gee, Dennis, I'm sure it can be done. Look, I'll go right to work on the costume. Oh, but there's some other things I'll need, and you'll have to get them for me.
Okay.
Now, let's see. I'll need a tiara for my hair, earrings, a pair of black lace step-ins, some exotic perfume.
Ooh, what you said.
Exotic perfume?
No, the one before that.
Now, look, you can get everything in the same place. There's a little shop on Elm Street called Yvette of Paris. Ask for Mademoiselle Yvette herself and tell her what you want.
You think she'll believe me?
Well, tell her that for me. She knows my size and everything. Remember, Mademoiselle Yvette. Now, hurry.
Hello.
Hello.
Could I see Mademoiselle Yvette of Paris, please?
You're talking to the Mademoiselle in person already.
You're Mademoiselle Yvette?
But oui. Something I could do for the monsieur yet?
Gee, you have the most peculiar accent. What part of France are you from?
France, he says. Mademoiselle Yvette is just a name on the door.
Then you're not really from Paris?
Listen, the last time I saw Paris, it was holding up my husband's socks. Now, is there something I could do for you?
Well, yes, there is. Mildred Anderson asked me to get some things for her. A tiara for her hair, a pair of earrings, some exotic perfume.
Yeah?
And a pair of black lace. Black lace?
What's the matter, you bashful?
Yeah.
You mean a pair of these?
Oh, put him down! Put him down!
So what's the matter? Why are you getting excited? There's nobody in them.
I know, but I got a vivid imagination. Anyway, she doesn't want that kind. She wants black lace.
Black lace, huh? Is black lace becoming already in Weaverville de rigueur?
De rigueur?
It's a little thing I picked up from Charles Boyer. It means stylish.
Oh, I see. You pick up little things from Charles Boyer, huh?
All the time. It should happen to my husband. Okay, anything else?
No, that's all.
All right, I'll wrap everything up together. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Gee, these pink ones are kind of cute. I wonder if... No. Still, they might. I'll ask Mademoiselle Yvette. No, it's ridiculous. I'm sure they don't make them for men.
That'll be $11.50.
$11 and... Oh, my goodness. I'm afraid you'll have to charge it.
Charge it? Who to?
Why, to Mrs. Anderson, Mildred's mother. She's a customer of yours, isn't she?
Yeah. I guess it'll be all right. Here.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I wonder. Hello, Mrs. Anderson. This is Yvette of Paris. Look, Yvette of Paris. Yvette of... Rena Feinschreiber, who makes for you the corsets. Look, a young man was just here who bought for your daughter some very fancy schmancy underwear. And I was
I saw you standing in the sun, and you were something to see. I know what I like, and I like what I saw, and I said to myself... Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Good evening, Dennis. It may interest you to know that I just had a phone call from Mademoiselle Yvette.
Oh, really?
I have also had a little talk with my daughter Mildred.
Oh, really?
I found out she intended going to tonight's masquerade dressed as a certain brazen hussy.
Oh, really?
She is not going to the masquerade at all. I've locked her in her room.
Oh.
Dennis, if you say, "Oh, really," again, I shall scream.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, really?
I also found out that the idea of going as this Amber came from you.
Oh, no, ma'am. I just happened to mention...
Nevertheless, Dennis, Mr. Anderson and I feel it's about time someone had a serious talk with you. Normally, of course, that's the duty of the head of the family.
Yes, ma'am.
But my husband has offered to do it instead.
Yes, ma'am.
I leave. And you two may talk this over boy Well, whatever the two of you are, talk it over.
Good evening, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson. I didn't see you sitting there. I guess your wife had you blocked off.
Been that way for 22 years. My wife is pretty excited about Mildred wanting to go to the party as Amber, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anderson never let me read Forever Amber. She said it was no book for a man with funny ideas in his head.
Oh, have you got funny ideas in your head?
No, but she said I would have if I read it.
That's silly. I read it, and I haven't got any idea of any kind in my head.
Well, this Amber, Dennis, what sort of a girl is she?
Oh, you know, companionable, good mixer, makes friends easily.
Yes, I understand she's quite friendly. Oh, well.
Yes, sir.
But we certainly don't want Mildred pretending she's such a character, even for a masquerade, do we, Dennis?
No, sir.
We want Mildred to grow up the kind of a woman that her mother is, don't we?
No, sir.
I say we want Mildred to grow up the kind of a woman her mother is, don't we?
No, sir.
You know... Oh, Dennis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Mrs. Anderson undoubtedly has many good qualities, but she does boss you around quite a bit.
Well, all women boss you around, Dennis. Some do it quietly and sweetly. Some, like my wife, do it loudly and firmly. But they all boss you around.
Golly, maybe the world would be better off if there weren't any women, just men and children.
What a beautiful thought. Well, I hope you've gotten something out of this little talk, Dennis.
Yes, sir, I have.
I know I have. I'm going to read that Forever Amber if it takes me the next 10 years. And if it's what I think it is, who cares?
Yes, sir. Well, I'll be getting back to Mademoiselle Yvette with this stuff. We won't need it now. Bye, Mr. Anderson.
Bye, Dennis.
Dennis.
Huh?
Dennis, over here.
Mildred.
Quick, climb through the window and don't let Mama see you.
What?
Hurry and hand me that box. Here. Easy. You heard what Mama said about the party, huh?
Yeah, she won't let you go.
I know. She took one look at what I did to this Betsy Ross costume and nearly fainted.
Gosh, you did make it kind of daring. Well, I guess we'll never get that $25 now.
And why not? This cup is for the most outstanding costume, isn't it? Isn't this costume outstanding?
Yes, but there's no one to wear it.
Oh, yes, there is.
Well, what do you intend to... Oh, no. No, Mildred, don't look at me like that.
Oh, Dennis, don't be that way. You'll make a beautiful Amber.
But how can I be a girl? Girls are built differently than I am. I'm taller.
Who'll notice that? I guarantee that in this dress and wig, no one will be able to tell you from Amber.
I bet I could never fool Charles I. No, Mildred, I won't do it.
Dennis, think of Mr. Snedeker's fender. Think of the $25. Think of the housing shortage.
All I can think of is black lace. Black lace.
They're step-ins.
It isn't how I get in, it's how I feel after I'm there.
All right, Dennis. I guess I shouldn't have asked you. Forget it.
Mildred, I
thought I meant something to you. I thought you'd do it for my sake. I was wrong.
Oh, Mildred, stop. I can't stand seeing anyone cry.
You don't care if Mama throws you out of the house and we never see each other again. You don't care.
Mildred, I can't stand here and see a woman cry like that. There's only one thing I can do.
Yes?
I'm going to get out of here.
Dennis! You come back here. We're going to win that cup and pay off Mr. Snedeker. Now go in the bathroom and get those clothes off.
But, Mildred...
Here, take all this and put it on. And when you come out, I'll fix your makeup.
You mean I have to put all this on?
Yes.
Mildred, I read another book once about a wonderful character named Abraham Lincoln. All I need is a beard and a short pair of stilts, and I'm sure that...
Get into that bathroom.
Yes, ma'am. Gee, my mother always wanted a girl, but this is ridiculous. Well, I finally got the costume on, Mildred. How do I look?
Well, let's see. It's not too bad, except you're a little lumpy in the wrong places. Walk toward me and slink like Andrew.
I'm afraid to. This dress is too tight. One slink and I'm slunk.
Well, it is tight. Didn't you put on that girdle I gave you?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't get it over my head.
Oh, Dennis, they don't go over your head. Don't you know how to put on a girdle?
I'm afraid not. I've spent most of my life as a boy.
But what on earth makes you look so lumpy from your hips down?
Oh, that's my long underwear.
You didn't take that off?
You think I want to catch cold? There's a terrible draft through this thing.
Dennis, you didn't have to keep your flannels on. I gave you those black lace step-ins to wear.
I know, but I stepped into them wrong. They're black lace kilts now.
Well, sit still now. I'm going to put on your makeup.
Okay.
First, a little mascara. There we are. Now, some powder.
Hey! Watch where you put that stuff.
You're supposed to keep your mouth closed.
Golly, if men were girls, we'd never bother with all this stuff.
If men were girls, we wouldn't either. Now, look, Dennis, hold still while I put on your lipstick, and we're all set. There we are.
How am I?
Why, Dennis, you're absolutely ravishing. Honestly, you're gorgeous.
Gee, really?
Just go over and take a look in that mirror.
Okay. Pardon me, miss. Would you mind stepping aside? Oh, that's me.
Of course it is. Well?
Gee, I am kind of desirable.
Oh, Dennis, I just know you're going to win that prize. Oh, now, look, we haven't much time. Here's the keys to my father's car. Slip out the window the same way you got in.
You'll have to boost me up. I don't dare bend over in this dress.
All right. Oh, I do hope you win, Dennis. There. And please, please be careful of Daddy's car.
I will, Mildred. Gee, I did look like an awfully cute girl in that mirror. Not my type, of course, but some men like them. Oh, golly, here comes the man. Here's my chance to find out how I look. I'll drop my handkerchief and see what happens.
Oh, pardon me. Did you drop this handkerchief?
Why, yes. How careless of me.
Well, here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're really too kind.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, say, by the way.
Yes?
You got a match, buddy?
Hello, Mr. Willoughby.
Hello, Dennis. Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. When I heard your voice, I thought you were a boy who works for me.
I do. I'm Dennis.
Well, by George. I'd certainly never know you in that dress and with a mask on. Say, who are you supposed to be, Dennis?
I'm Amber. You know, the book, Forever Amber.
Oh. I may have read it. It sort of escapes my memory.
Then you didn't read it. Say, Mr. Willoughby, when do the judges judge the costumes? It's 10 o'clock, and I got to get out of here before I get that 5 o'clock shadow.
Huh?
Twice.
Oh. Well, the man who's judging the costumes hasn't arrived yet, and by George, I wish he'd get here. If he...
There's someone coming in the door now, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, yes, good, that's him, and high time, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Something wrong, Dennis?
The judge of the costumes. It's Mr. Snedeker.
That's right, he's coming over here now.
Mr. Willoughby, I can't stay here. If he sees me, he'll punch me right in my mascara.
He won't recognize you in that outfit any more than I did.
But my voice...
I'll tell him you're a foreigner. Speak to him in Spanish.
I don't know a word in Spanish.
Neither does he. You're perfectly safe. Oh, Mr. Snedeker, right over here, please.
Oh, sorry to be late, Willoughby. That imbecile who works for you wrecked my car, and I had a devil of a time getting a taxi. If I ever get my hands on that young, Oh, I beg your pardon. What have we here?
Uh-oh.
Mr. Snedeker, may I present Senorita Lolita Del Rio? The senorita just got here from Chile.
Well, I'm delighted, Senorita. Delighted.
Hacienda, senor.
Well, now, if you two will excuse me, I have a great many things to attend to.
Oh, no, don't leave us, Senor Willoughby.
I'm afraid I must. Adios.
But, Senor Willoughby...
Oh, let him go. Much cozier with just the two of us. Senorita?
Oh, tico, senor.
Well, so you're from Chile. You don't look very chilly to me. I'll bet you're a dream, all right, underneath that mask. How about a peek, huh?
Oh, no, senor.
Oh, come on, a teensy-weensy little peek.
No, senor. Not until the price for the winning costume has been giving out.
Oh, I see what you mean, my little enchilada.
I thought you would, my great big cucamonga.
Speaking as the official judge, I think your costume has an excellent chance.
Oh, thank you, senor.
Yes, an excellent chance. Are you married, senorita?
No.
Neither am I, you know what I mean?
See, but I doubt if anything will come of it.
I don't know. I waited a long time for the right girl to come along. Who can say I'm not looking into her eyes right now?
Me.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to award the trophy for tonight's outstanding costume. That is, if our judge, Mr. Snedeker, has a winner picked out.
I sure have, my little beauty?
Oh, Senor Snedeker.
Folks, your attention, please. Now, after a careful study of every costume here tonight, I take pleasure in awarding this beautiful silver cup to the little lady on my left. Oh, what was that name again, senorita?
Dennis Day.
Senorita Dennis Day. Well, my little tamale, are you satisfied now? You can take this lovely silver cup back to... Senorita who?
Dennis Day.
You! Why, you are...
Mr. Snedeker, please. Calm down. Don't get excited.
Don't get excited. Why, I as good as proposed to you.
It's all right. I didn't accept.
Didn't accept?
No, Mr. Snedeker. If you'd like to withdraw your offer of marriage now, believe me, I'll understand.
Why? Let me at him. Let me at him.
Mr. Snedeker,
Let
please.
me at him.
Dennis Day returns to sing the beautiful ballad, All Through the Day.
I sit alone in the golden daylight, but all I see is a silver sky. For in my fancy I sweep away light and keep my image of the sky just the way we like it, you and I. Dream about the night, I dream about the night here with you. All through the day, I wish away the time until the time when I'm here with you. Down falls the sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. And soon your lips recall the kiss I dreamed of all through the day. Down falls the sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. Down smiles the moon, and soon your lips recall the kiss I dreamed of.
Be sure to be with us next week for another in the series of Dennis Day programs. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day, who'll be back when you hear...
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile. Well, in your eyes and the spell of your
Chip Corning speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Connery, Jim Backus, Jill Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Colgate Tooth Powder keeps smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate Tooth Powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate Tooth Powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
It's a romantic June day in Mel Blanc's little town, and young couples like to sit in Crotona Park and dream of their future. In one part of the park, we hear Shirley Lewis saying to her boyfriend Seymour,
"Oh, Seymour, we'll be so happy after we're married. I'll sit home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders."
"Gee, that's wonderful, Shirley. I hope it's a girl." And Dottie Feller is saying to her boyfriend Nate,
Oh, Nate, after we're married, we'll be so happy. I'll stay home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders.
Gee, that's wonderful, Dottie. I hope it's a girl.
And where Betty Colby has been talking to her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Betty is saying...
Oh, Mel, we'll be so happy after we're married. I'll sit home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders.
Gee, that's wonderful, Betty. I could use a new sweater.
Mel, I'm talking about children. Don't you want to have children? What are you laughing at? I said, don't you want to have children?
Yeah, but wouldn't it be easier if you had them? Well, anyway, I can't support a family, not with the cost of living what it is today.
Yes, the cost of living's really high, isn't it, Mel?
Betty, the cost of living is so high right now that it's cheaper to drop dead. No, but the public is getting wise. They're demanding more for their money.
What do you mean?
Well, take the movies. During the war, when things were good, they showed Mrs. Miniver. But now that things are bad, they have to show the two Mrs. Carrolls.
Now, this is no time to joke. We can't expect any help from my father, either. He's terribly worried about the new supermarket that's opening right next to him. He may lose all his money.
Ah, money. Why do people always worry about money? Always engaged in the frantic pursuit of the ever-elusive dollar, giving their lives false values. Work is the solution to man's ills. Contentment and peace can only be found in good, honest labor.
Why, no, that's beautiful. Where did you hear that?
When I went to collect my unemployment check. But all this talk about money is ridiculous. After all, what is money? Just paper. And I'm not asking much out of life. All I want to be is a paper collector.
Oh, look, there's Father. Now, listen, you be nice to him, Nell. He's very aggravated about that other supermarket. Oh, Father, hello.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Mel Blanc, you moron. You're ruining my supermarket. What did you do to that burglar alarm I gave you to fix?
Well, something wrong, Mr. Colby? I didn't have enough parts for the burglar alarm, so I put some in from a jukebox.
A jukebox? No wonder when I opened the store this morning, I found a burglar dancing with my night watchman. Old inside it was, too.
Well, what are you complaining about, Mr. Colby? You should have charged him 10 cents a dance.
Oh, you idiot. And you want to marry Betty. Well, I won't let it happen. An idiot is bound to have idiots for children.
That's not true, Mr. Colby. Your daughter is perfectly normal.
Now, look, Blanc, don't irritate me. I'm aggravated enough about that supermarket opening next to me.
Wait a minute, Mr. Colby. I got a great idea. That other supermarket is opening tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, why don't you put on a show in your supermarket and nobody will go to the other opening?
Say, that is a great idea, Mel. But well, who could I get for the show?
Leave it to me. I'll invite all the stars like John Garfield, Gene Kelly, Dane Clark, Katharine Hepburn, Edward G. Robinson, Hedy Lamarr, and Henry Schnickelfritz.
Who is Henry Schnickelfritz?
He's the one who'll show up. Mr. Colby, we don't need stars. I'll do the show myself.
You? What can you do?
I'll be the master of ceremonies. Oh, I can tell wonderful jokes. Just listen to this one. A big overgrown kid went to his mother and he said, Ma, can I have a quarter for the movies? So his mother gave him the money, and 10 minutes later the kid was back asking, Ma, can I have another quarter for the movies? She gave it to him again, and sure enough, 10 minutes later he was back. Ma, can I have another quarter for the movies? His mother said, but Junior, I've already given you the money for the movies twice. And Junior said, yeah, but every time I buy a ticket, some jerk at the door tears it up.
Well, that was very funny. Well, if you can put together an act like that, I guess I can make you master of ceremonies.
Well, you won't be sorry, Mr. Colby. Now I gotta beat it back to the fix-it shop. I'll write down the jokes I'll tell and have Zuki bring the act over to you. So long, Mr. Colby. So long, Betty.
Well, Zuki, I've been waiting for you. Did you bring Mel's act with you?
Well, sure. I got it right here in my pocket. Right, my coat. I got it in my shirt pocket. I got it in my pants. I lost it.
Well, I suppose you'll have to go back to Mel and tell him to write out the act again.
Oh, no, I remember the jokes. And the first one goes like this. I got a letter from my girl, and she's not feeling well.
You got a letter from your girl and she's not feeling well?
Yeah, the letter says, I am in Chicago, sick.
Chicago? Sick?
I think I should have said Chicago ill. Hey, ain't that a ain't that a hum da ding all aboard. Ain't that it stinks, huh?
Suzuki, there must be more to Mel's act than just that.
Oh, sure. Hey, here's another joke. Seems a man. What does it kill you? This man was walking down the street. When he met this girl. and then the girl said...
Yes, Suzuki. What did the girl say?
I forgot.
Well, Zuki ought to be here soon. Hope nothing went wrong. Uh-oh. Here comes something wrong. That conceited Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel. Hello, Hartley. Windy out, isn't it?
No, Mel. 'Tis merely thousands of women blowing their tops over great, big, adorable me. In fact, I know myself like an open book. I'd marry myself if I could only cook.
Hartley, you're not so wonderful with women.
Oh, no. Mel, boy, for your information, I'm the only man who receives a free lifetime supply of elastics from the Bloomer Girls.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
Mel, boy, have you seen the new telephone directories? On the cover it says, housewives for the time of the day, dial name 3131. But for the time of your life, dial Hartley Benson.
Hartley, you must think you're the greatest Romeo in the world.
Mel, form your own conclusion. But the women have gotten together and are sending me to a furniture store to have my lap upholstered.
Why?
They want to turn it into a love seat. In fact, Mel, at a recent Dr. IQ broadcast, there wasn't one single lady in the balcony.
How come?
I was sitting in the orchestra.
Hartley, is talking about yourself your only recreation?
Oh, no, Mel. Last night I had the most wonderful time. I went to an amusement park and rode the whip.
Well, why was it so good, Hartley?
It went around so fast, for the first time in my life, I was able to kiss myself on the back of my neck. To the fish exhibition. I was standing there when an octopus grabbed me in her enormous tentacles.
Did she crush you?
No, just hugged. So you see, Mel, I even attract fish.
Sure, they're crazy about worms.
Mel, you touched me to the quick. But it makes me very happy to deliver this message to you. Mr. Colby thought the jokes you wrote were so terrible that he's appointed me Master of Ceremonies.
What?
That's right. He doesn't even want you around the supermarket tomorrow night. You're through. Well, I must be going. I'm such a lovely thing. I'm giving myself an engagement ring. Oh, Mel, nice seeing me.
What a character. He's the only guy I know who goes to a dance and then cuts in on himself. Gosh, Mr. Colby says I can't go to the supermarket tomorrow night. Well, I'll get to that show somehow, and I'll be the master of ceremonies, too. Yeah, but if I show up, Mr. Colby will break me in half. Say, that's not so bad. I can go on as a team.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Teeth that dazzle and a breath that's sweet. Isn't that what you want? What everyone wants? Then try Colgate tooth powder. Yes, that pleasant-tasting Colgate all-purpose tooth powder. The second you brush it on your teeth, it gets busy, bubbles through your mouth with a cleansing, foaming action. Fine for your breath, you bet. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, this all-purpose tooth powder gives a dazzling performance, reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. So for teeth that sparkle naturally and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller and the orchestra with their arrangement of In My Adobe Hacienda. Mel Blanc. Mel was going to be master of ceremonies at the big show in Colby Supermarket and thereby draw customers away from the rival market's grand opening, but his jokes were so bad that Mr. Colby fired Mel and is hiring Hartley Benson to do the job. Mel feels very badly about it. Right now, we find him in his fix-it shop, brooding.
What's the use of worrying? There's such a lump in my throat, I'll have to wash it down. Well, I'll pour myself a glass of water. Tall glass. Gosh, what am I going to do? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. How's your little sugar plum?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is wrinkled prune.
Oh, don't be so harsh with your wife, mighty potentate. She's not that bad.
Well, maybe you're right, Mel. Come to think of it, she's really a cross between the Queen of Sheba and Camille. Sort of a schlemiel. She made a new rule in the house, Mel. She said,
John, no matter how much we argue, before you go to sleep, you've got to kiss me.
Have you stopped arguing?
No, but I haven't been to bed for a week. What a woman. Mel, you've seen perfumes with names like Linger a Moment, Stay a While. Well, I'm making one especially for my wife.
What's it called?
Run for the Hills. Mel, she was even ugly on the day we were married.
Oh, mighty potentate, a bride always looks beautiful when she walks down the middle aisle.
Mel, she didn't walk down the middle aisle. When the preacher saw her face, he sneaked her in through the back door. I can still remember paying for our marriage license. I gave the clerk $1.50.
Oh, wait a minute. A marriage license costs $2.
Yeah, I know, but he took one look at her and gave it to me wholesale.
Wonder Woman. The other day we were out hunting. I was standing there with a gun in my hand when my wife said,
John, don't just stand there. Shoot that crow. Go ahead, John. Shoot the old crow.
Gad, what a temptation.
I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to. You think you feel low, mighty potentate? I'm so low I could milk a gopher. I was supposed to be the master of ceremonies at Mr. Colby's supermarket show, but Hartley Benson is doing it now. Well, Mel, you shouldn't be discouraged. Go on down there. Benson is liable to do a terrible job. Then you can step in and be a hero. Gosh, mighty potentate, that's what I like about you. You never give up. You never say die. What's the use, Mel? For 20 years I've been suggesting it to my wife, but nothing happens. Well, you take my advice. You'll thank me later on. Well, I gotta be going now. Where are you going, mighty potentate? Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see The Miracle on 34th Street, or I can go home and look at The Plague on 8th Avenue. Well, maybe the mighty potentate is right. Hartley Benson is liable to lay a big egg, and then my chance will come. I'll go right up on that stage and hatch it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my supermarket, and I hope you'll enjoy the show. Without further ado, I present our master of ceremonies, your friend and mine, Hartley Benson.
Ah, yes. Well, how do you do? What lucky people you are sitting down there and looking up at great, big, adorable me. First, I shall do my famous impersonation of Gary Cooper with the assistance of Miss Betty Colby, who is almost as beautiful as I am.
Oh, Gary, isn't it wonderful that we should meet here alone in this corral?
Yup.
Let's run away together.
Yup.
Let's get married.
Yup.
And you can buy me mink coats, 4 autos, and 2 homes.
Why can't I keep my big yup shut?
Oh, Gary, can't you be more romantic? Look at that calf kissing that cow. Why can't we do the same?
Go ahead. It's your cow.
Betty, listen to those people booing. What am I going to do? The audience is leaving for the other supermarket. Well, Mr. Colby, I'm here to help you out. Let me take over. Mel Blanc, I thought I told you to stay out of well, wait a minute. After all, what can I lose? All right, go ahead, but make it good. Okay, here I go. Thank you, Hartley Benson. And now, folks, my first impersonation will be a well-known news commentator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have it on reliable authority that tonight in Russia it is snowing. On the other hand, some say it is raining. Who knows what this may lead to? And in conclusion, I can safely state that in my unbiased opinion, in Russia tomorrow, it will be slushy. That's wonderful. We'll keep going. But, Mr. Colby, I'm finished. I don't have anything else to say. Besides, you won't let me tell those jokes I wrote for you. You mean that horrible joke about your girl being sick in Chicago? Well, Mr. Colby, she's not in Chicago sick. She's in Chicago ill. Hey, Mr. Colby, they like that kind of stuff. Let's give them the rest of the act I wrote.
Hey, Yipper!
Yes, what is it, Costello?
Oh, I think the family upstairs from us has got a bad leak in their pipes.
What makes you think so?
Oh, yesterday I finished my plate of soup 3 times. Hey, Yipper! Look, here's a picture of my uncle. He's a flagpole sitter.
Well, why isn't he sitting on top of the pole?
Well, his wife died and he's sitting at half-mast. Oh, gosh, my luggage. Hey, Yipper! Hey, do you know why insurance is like a football game?
No, why?
Because your relatives stand on the sidelines waiting for you to kick off.
Hey, tell me, what happened to your old girlfriend, Costello, the one with a shape like a dreamboat?
Oh, she hasn't got a shape like a dreamboat anymore.
Why not?
Her pier has collapsed.
Now, just a minute, Costello.
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Well, you really came through for Father. Now it looks like he won't lose any of his business.
Oh, who cares about that, Betty? As long as we can get married.
Married?
I'd like to have 15 children, Betty. How about you?
Oh, I'd like 15, too.
Nothing doing, Betty. I don't want 30 children.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday night at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Singers, kiddies.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present the Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guests, Mary Livingston's husband, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaugh, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Moody, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I start tooting the claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. Ladies and gentlemen, Shakespeare said, to be or not to be. Benjamin Franklin said, remember, time is money. But for the last 8 months, all I've said is, here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I happen to overhear your opening remarks. Lad, if you are unhappy in your work...
Well, how can I be happy, Fred? Every Sunday, what do? I have one line. Here he is again.
Kenny, the man who invented the telephone only had one line when he started.
Yeah, but Fred, I'm not getting any place in radio. It's the same on my other show.
Oh, you're on another...
The Lucky Strike program.
Oh, the Lucky Strike program. What do you do on that?
You know when the man says LSMFT?
Yeah.
Then the tobacco auctioneer says, Yachta, sold American.
Uh-huh.
Then a voice says, you bet.
You bet.
Another voice says, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The voice that says, yes, sir, is mine.
You're beaten down on that show, too, huh? Kenny, why don't you give up that other job and just work on our show?
You mean you'll pay me the extra money?
No, Kenny, but I tell you what I shall do. I'll let you add the line you have on the Lucky Strike program to the line you have on our show. Put them together now and see how they sound.
Here he is again. Yes, sir.
How is that?
Well, that's more like it, Fred. Now I've got something to do.
As long as you're happy, Kenny.
Mr. Allen.
Well, Portland. Well, Portland, pull up an old rejoinder and sit down. What's new?
Mama says President Truman has taken over all the coal mines.
Does your mother need coal?
Yes. Mama's calling up the White House tomorrow and ordering 2 tons.
Oh, that's fine. Do away with the middleman. Go right to the top. Well, if she needs any wood, the president can sit down at the piano and give her a couple of chords, I imagine. Not good. Can I help it? A man crept in here and did something to the script tonight. I won't mention his name.
Mama says the world today is a bowling alley.
The world is a bowling alley?
Every time you turn around,
applaud. It's perfectly all right. That's what they do in Hollywood. People come in, just applaud and get warm and go home. And I'm glad the trains are running again, Portland.
Yes, if the railroad strike lasted one more week,
Yeah?
the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe would have been off the hit parade.
Oh, that would have been terrible. Well, I think I'll run along, Portland. I have to get my magnifying glass and worm a crab apple.
Mama says Friday is your birthday.
That's right.
How old are you?
Nobody knows, Portland. I was born before the Decca Company started, so there weren't any records in those days.
Mama says
Now, don't you laugh. Don't you You're going to establish a precedent in here. I want to know about it.
Mama says last year when the candles on your birthday cake melted down,
Yeah?
there was enough grease to wax the floor at Roseland.
Oh, I'm not that old, Portland.
Mama says if you were a piece of furniture, you'd be an antique.
Yeah. If I was an antique in radio, I'd be Duncan's other fight. Well, that's life, I guess, Portland.
Mama says life is like the Australian fig bird.
The Australian fig bird?
It lives on the seeds in figs.
But there aren't any figs in Australia.
The Australian fig bird dies at birth.
And the Australian fig bird has nothing on our jokes. I think we'd better get along to Allen's Alley, Portland.
What is your question tonight?
Well, recently a Mr. Ralph Slater, a specialist in mental suggestion, made a phonograph record that he guarantees will put any insomniac to sleep. And so our question is, do you have any trouble sleeping? And if you do, what are you doing about it?
Shall we go?
As the dollar did said when the glutton sat down, I'll be gone in a minute. It's so good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland. It's as quiet as an eel coiling in a bucket of whipped cream. Say, I wonder if the senator is in. Let's knock.
Somebody knock.
Yes,
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Look, I know.
Something tells me you don't remember me, son.
Look, I remember you.
I'm from the South. The Bone and Possum Paradise.
Now, look,
The
Senator.
only plant life I have around my house is a Virginia creeper.
Now, wait a minute.
Every time I get chicken pox, there's Southern frying.
Senator.
Remember me now, son?
No.
Don't say no in my presence.
Why not?
You know, that's North abbreviated.
Wait a minute, Senator. What about this sleeping problem?
When I first went to the Senate, I had plenty of trouble sleeping. After the roll was called, I'd put on my sailsucker nightshirt and my linsey woolsey beret.
Yeah?
I'd face the south, lean back, close my eyes.
And go to sleep, huh?
Until some Yankee pigeon fucker would get up, start flapping his lips, and break up my Morpheus filibuster. Filibuster, that is.
Heard you the first time, Senator. Are you still losing sleep, Senator?
No, I've solved my problem, son.
How?
When I'm ready to sleep in the Senate, I sit back and croon myself my southern lullaby.
What is your southern lullaby?
Rock-a-bye, small fry on the cotton tree top. When the southern wind blows, your cradle will rock. When the wind's from the north, I say, baby, you'll bawl. For down will come cradle, tree, and you all.
Well, very good, Senator. The senator stopped just in time. I was dozing off myself. Now, I wonder how Titus Moody is doing. Howdy, Bub. You're starting to sound like Dennis Day, Titus. Mr. Moody, do you have any trouble sleeping?
I only half sleep.
Half sleep?
I got short eyelids.
With short eyelids, you can't close your eyes, huh?
Only when I frown.
Oh, I see. Well, are you the only one awake on the farm?
No, daylight saving time has got everything in a swivet.
The animals are bewildered?
Yeah, my cow had insomnia.
Your cow didn't sleep at all?
The bags under her eyes were so big, I didn't know which end to milk.
You were confused, eh?
Yeah. First time I milked the wrong end and got 2 buckets full of homogenized tears.
Well, have you cured the cow's insomnia?
I got a book on hypnotizing.
Good.
I stood in front of the cow.
Yeah?
I stared right into her eyes.
Uh-huh.
I started waving with my hand.
Uh-huh.
I said, Alakazam, Alakazam, you ain't a cow, you're a hen.
You're a hen. Well, was your hypnotism a success?
Yeah, today that cow thinks she's a hen.
Well, how do you know?
Well, she's sitting on a nest.
You mean?
She's laying eggnogs.
Let's try this next door here.
No?
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You're expecting maybe Hoagie Carbuncle.
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, do you have trouble sleeping?
Who could sleep? Every night with his dreaming, my husband Pierre is waking me up.
He dreams, huh?
Always his different things.
Dreams his different things? How do you mean?
One night Pierre is dreaming he is the lone stranger.
Yeah?
All night long he is yelling, Hi-ho, Silver.
Hi-ho, Silver, huh?
Upstairs is living on Mr. Silver.
Yeah?
All night he is yelling back, Hi-ho, Nussbaum.
I see.
One night Pierre is dreaming he is an automobile, a roadster.
A roadster?
In his pajamas, Pierre is sleeping with the top down.
Oh. Fine.
Once he is dreaming he is an Alka-Seltzer.
An Alka-Seltzer?
All night Pierre is fizzing.
Well, no wonder. No wonder you can't sleep.
Last night he should drop dead.
What happened?
He is dreaming he is a tea kettle.
A tea kettle, huh?
All night long Pierre is whistling.
Whistling?
In the morning when he is waking,
Yeah?
in bed with Pierre is 20 dogs.
That brings us to the lavender shanty at the end of the alley. Let's try here.
You knocked 3 times. Do you think that's nice? In my last picture, the postman rang twice.
Falstaff, you have new poems tonight?
Indubitably. Has Turd said the little bear to the big giraffe, let's eat a hyena just for a laugh?
No.
Or when I called her baby, her face lit up because she had a lantern jaw?
No.
How about this? Mother's home putting spikes in her shoes. She's playing first base for Vera Cruz.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. You exponent of the hackney, tonight we are discussing the problem of sleep.
My poem awaits your bidding.
And what is your shut-eye sonata called?
My recipe for slumber.
How does it begin?
If you cannot sleep at night and you don't know what to do, my recipe for slumber is just the thing for you. Don't waste time taking powders. Don't bother counting sheep. Don't dawdle in a hot bath hoping you will sleep. Don't give up drinking coffee. Don't send for any gland man. You can eat and drink all night, and still you'll meet the Sandman. My recipe for slumber is older than the Sphinx. Just cut 20 tiddlies into halves, and you'll get 40 winks.
Well, thank you. Falstaff runs the cover. We turn to greet the DeMarco sisters. Accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his I Haven't Got a Joke for Them This Week Philharmonic, the DeMarco sing Doing What Comes Naturally.
Folks are dumb where I come from. They ain't had any alarm. Still they're happy as can be. Doing what comes naturally. Folks like us could never fuss with school, books, and art. Still we've gone from A to Z. Doing what comes naturally. You don't have to know how to read or write when you're out with a fella in the pale of moonlight. You don't have to come from a great big town, not to go big embarrassed in an evening gown. That comes naturally. That comes naturally. My uncle out in Texas can't even write his name. He signs his checks with X's, but the cash them just the same. Uncle Ben got angry when they caught him stealing chicken. I'm within my rights, said he. Doing what comes naturally. Why, naturally. Naturally.
And now a simple suggestion.
A suggestion about something good to eat makes us all take notice, so here's one for the book. Be smart when you spend your food dollars, ladies. Get the most for your money. Get Bluebonnet margarine, for it gives you flavor, nutrition, economy. All three. Yes, not just one, not just two, but all three. You get flavor, delicious flavor, fresh, delicate, country sweet. The fussiest eater in your family will tell you, gee, Mom, this tastes swell. Bluebonnet brings you proved nutrition, too. It's rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. As for economy, you'll find Bluebonnet saves you real money. It costs just about half as much as an expensive table spread. And remember, Bluebonnet margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast, so you know it's pure, fresh, dependable. These days, your grocer doesn't always have Bluebonnet, for there's an acute shortage of table spreads, but keep asking. He'll have it. And when he does, grab it. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy.
That was just a short order of Who Do You Love, I Hope, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his 40 men who...
This is Studio 6A,
Hey, wait a minute,
folks.
wait a minute.
This last booth is the control room.
Say, just a minute.
That little man with the mildew on him is the vice president.
Say, wait a minute. What is this?
This is a Radio City 60-cent tour. Okay, folks, let's get going. Hey, wait a minute. I got a stowaway here.
A stowaway in a tour?
Only 15 people paid. Now I got 16.
Who would be low enough to sneak into a tour to save 60 cents?
There's the guy. Hey, you.
Who, me? Jack Benny.
Come on,
Jack.
60 cents out of your back.
Take your hand off my spine. Put me down. Yes, guys. Put Mr. Benny down. I'll give you the 60 cents.
Wait a minute, Fred. Wait a minute. Put that money away.
But, Jack.
I've only seen half the tour.
Well, Jack.
Give him 30 cents.
Here you are, guys.
Thanks. Follow me, folks. Now, on your right is a water cooler.
But, Fred, it was nice of you to pay that 30 cents.
Oh, it was nothing.
Nothing, he says. 30 cents.
Jack, how can you be so cheap?
All right, go ahead. Be like the other radio comedians. Tell some cheap jokes. Say I'm tighter than the skin on Sidney Greenstreet's hip. Squeeze a nickel so hard the E pluribus laps over the unum. Tell him.
Well, Jack, I
Oh,
didn't...
start insulting me after I made a special trip up here just to say goodbye before I leave for Hollywood.
Well, Jack,
All of a sudden I'm cheap. I won't even eat in the sun. My shadow might ask me for a bite.
Your shadow has teeth? Jack, don't get excited. Look, if you're cheap, you're cheap.
That's the way I look at it. Some people save asparagus ends. It's a hobby. My hobby is not spending.
Well, Jack, if there ever was a time that you and I should not argue, this is the time.
What do you mean this is the time?
Well, haven't you heard? A lot of the radio programs that have been on for many years have been canceled. They'll not be back on the air next fall.
Well, that's radio, Fred. It's dog eat dog. I always say only the fit survive.
Oh, how true. By the way, you finished tonight, didn't you?
Yes, sirree. Tonight was my last show of the season.
Did your sponsor mention anything about your program coming back in October?
Well, no, Fred, but we have a mutual understanding. You see, we always sort of take it for granted.
Oh.
The season ends, the sponsor shakes hands with me, and then we... Yipe!
Jack, what's wrong?
Tonight he didn't shake hands.
Well, that's what happened to the street singer. At the end of the year, his sponsor used to wink. One year he didn't wink. The street singer was back in the street.
Fred, why should my sponsor want to get rid of me? Well, I'm funnier than I was when I started, and I'm getting less money.
Really?
Some weeks when he's short, I take tobacco. I hate to get these big laughs on your program.
Let's face it, Jack. Radio needs new blood. Who knows? We may be through.
I've been on radio 14 years. They can't throw me aside like an old shoe.
But, Jack...
14 years. And now, like an old shoe.
But, Jack, you with that and yipe. 14 years is a long time.
Fred, what has Ma Perkins got that I haven't got? Only longer commercials.
Well, Jack, you know how it is in radio. Today you're a star. Tomorrow Ralph Edwards is hitting you in the face with a pie.
Like an old shoe.
Well, cheer up, Jack. At least we have our memories. We've known each other for 30 years.
Yep. The first time I met you, Fred, I was just a kid in school. $1, $1, a 10 o'clock scholar.
You were the only 10 o'clock scholar I ever saw with 5 o'clock shadow.
How I could use some of that buzz today. I could use a good joke today, too.
The next time we met, we were in vaudeville, remember? You were doing a musical act.
Playing the violin. What a finish I had. When I played Glowworm, my violin lit up.
With those neon strings, it was beautiful.
Fred, remember my encore?
Encore?
Remember I'd put the violin bow in my teeth, bend the crab, and play Listen to the Mockingbird?
And as you bent the crab, 2 mockingbirds flew out of the back of your pants?
I stopped every show.
Except this one. Remember the closing...
This one stopped 5 minutes before I got on it.
Remember that week in Needles, Arizona, the closing act, Cohen's Camels?
Cohen's? No,
the closing act. Jack, how could you forget Cohen's Camels?
Cohen, I remember. My sponsor told me to forget that other word.
Those were the happy days. The next time I saw you, you were just going into radio.
I remember the morning Marconi called me up.
Marconi?
Marconi and Singing Sam had a little radio station in a doorway down on the east side. The antenna was a Western Union boy holding a wire.
Well, I guess
it's... jokes don't fit me.
No, they don't.
The antenna. When did I ever say antenna on my own show? Go ahead, Fred.
Well, it's all over, Jack. We've come to the end of the rainbow.
Like an old shoe.
There it is again.
And on 10 minutes already, I've only had it's an old shoe. But I forgot antenna.
You ought to get a boot out of that old shoe by now.
No, I'm sorry I brought it back in again. Seems like only yesterday I ran into the May Company and said, Mary, stop demonstrating that Brillo. That's another word I don't know.
It goes on top of an antenna. A Brillo fits on an antenna. Cheer up, Jack. When you're retired, you can tune in on my program.
Your program? You mean you're not getting thrown out of radio, too?
Well, why should I?
Listen, if my program is old stuff, you with that broken-down Allen's Alley.
Now, well, wait, I mean my new show.
New show?
People don't want entertainment today. A radio show has to give away things. Nylons, iceboxes, automobiles.
You mean to stay on the air, you have to give things away? Free?
Yes.
I'll die first.
Well, not me. I'm auditioning my new program tonight.
And Fred, you're giving things away?
Tons of stuff.
The stranger?
What's the difference? Who gets it?
Well, Fred, as long as I'm here in the studio...
Well, I'm sorry, Jack. Professional people cannot participate. It's a rule.
But don't you ever find people on these programs changing their names to get something for nothing?
Well, occasionally we do catch a phony, but we're on the air. What can we do?
Nothing. You have to give them the merchandise?
That's right.
Mr. Allen, we're ready for your audition.
I'll run along, Fred. So long.
So long, Jack.
Giving away things for nothing.
Well, all right, Mr. Goodman. Let's try out my new show.
How would you like to be king for a day? And here he is, the man who will change one of you nobodies into king for a day, the old kingmaker himself, Red Allen.
Thank you, and good evening. Did all you folks in the audience like those $1,000 bills you found on your seats when you came in? Good. And if you want more, there'll be a big bag of money at the door. On your way out, help yourselves. But the stage is loaded with hundreds of presents for the first man to answer our jumbo jackpot question. He will be king for a day. And here is our first eager contestant. Good evening, sir. What is your name?
Abner Plog.
Mr. Plog, how old are you?
I'm 98.
98 years old.
And don't pin no orchid onto me.
No orchid, eh?
That's how I lost my wife.
On a quiz program?
Yeah. My wife was 102, The fella pinned an orchid onto her.
I see.
The weight of the orchid bent my wife over and snapped her spine.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, my wife won first prize, but she never knew it.
Well, all right, Mr. Flogg. Now for our question. You may be king for a day.
I don't think I'll last through the day.
All right, we'll hurry. Tell me, who was the 6th President of the United States?
The 6th?
There were 3 names.
Mary Margaret McBride.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Flogg, but for making such a swell try, here is a gift certificate presented at LaGuardia Airfield, and you will get a brand new B-29 and a polka dot form-fitting parachute. Happy landing, Mr. Flogg. And here is our next potential king for a day. Your name, sir?
Myron Proudfoot.
You look like a chap I know.
I'm not interested in your friends. Start giving things away, brother.
What is your occupation, Mr. Proudfoot?
I'm a chaplain in a bakery.
What does a chaplain do in a bakery?
I put wings on angel cake.
How long have you been in the cake business, Mr. Proudfoot?
Long enough to know a crumb when I see one. I see one.
Now, don't get sarcastic, Mr. Proudleg.
The name is Proudfoot, and make with the question.
All right. Who was the 6th President of the United States?
John Quincy Adams.
John Quincy Adams is correct, and Mr. Myron Proudfoot is king for a day. Folks, here he is, King Proudfoot. Well, Your Majesty, how do you feel?
Never mind how I feel. What do I get?
Well, first for His Majesty from Schnook Sport Nook, a genuine no-splash beaver board canoe paddle.
Canoe paddle? Oh, boy!
And with the compliments of Tiffany's, this chromium pitchfork.
Gee! A 4-prunger, and it's all mine.
And from Hemingway's hardware store, 200 pounds of self-hardening putty for keeps for the day.
Just what I needed. Just what I needed.
This is just the beginning, King. King, you are over 35.
By 2 years.
Fine. Now, jumbo cotton, Uncle Jim, for His Majesty. He is over...
Effie, that's yipe backward.
And here, the piston rod from a genuine Baldwin locomotive for His Majesty the King. Oh, locomotive. And here, from Melody Lane Music Shop, this case of 2,000 soybean mandolin picks. These are the mandolin picks.
I just keep pinching myself to believe it.
Immediately after this program, Your Majesty will be guest of honor at a banquet at Hamburger Heaven. Tomorrow morning, through the courtesy of the Sanitation Department, you will be guest conductor on the 11.5 garbage run through the Bronx. At night, in your ermine robe, you will be whisked by bicycle to Orange, New Jersey, where you will be the judge in a chicken cleaning contest.
I'm king for a day.
And that's not all.
There's more?
Yes, we are going to start right now to make you look like a king. Sam of Sam's Super Shoe Shine Stand is here to brush your shoes. All right, Sam.
Sam, watch out for the button.
Next, the president of the Busy Bee Hat Cleaners is here to block your hat. Take the king's hat, Mr. Bumble.
And change the newspaper in the hat bag.
Your suit is a little baggy, King. Boys, take His Majesty's coat off.
Wait.
On our stage, we have a Hoffman pressing machine.
Now, wait a minute.
An expert operating the Hoffman pressing machine will press your trousers.
Now, wait a minute.
I've been waiting to catch you like
Alan,
this.
you haven't seen the end of me.
It won't be long now.
I want my pants.
Well, if you don't know what day today is.
Today is the day to get out the tall grasses. The iced tea season is here. Time to enjoy iced tender leaf tea, one of summer's main attractions. Yes, iced tea is raised to its ultimate best by the use of this richer blend. In fact, the iced tea season has played a big part in making tender-leaf tea so famous for flavor. Flavor means more. It's more important through the summer months. So everybody sets out to get all the flavor going, and that leaves big tender-leaf tea for finer flavor and more of it. In spite of melting ice, the richer goodness of tender-leaf tea persists. The last swallow of the glass is still delicious, still flavorful tender-leaf tea. As summer
This
comes
is
on,
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.